Good evening, everybody. Welcome to the City Council meeting of the City of West Hollywood as I find all of my papers. We are going to start out with our land acknowledgement, and I would love to welcome Chair of our Social Justice Task Force, Jonathan Wilson, to lead us in the land acknowledgement.
Thank you, Mayor. The West Hollywood City Council acknowledges that the land on which we gather and that is currently known as the City of West Hollywood is the occupied, unceded, seized territory of the Gabrielino, Tongva, and Gabrielino Kiss people.
Thank you so much. All right, I am now going to call this meeting to order at 6:04 p.m. We have an amazing student in the 4th grade. Could I get Isla Shark to come up and lead the Pledge of Allegiance? So you can do it right here at this mic.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you so much, Isla. Wonderful. City Clerk, may I please have a roll call?
Yes, Mayor, thank you. Councilmember Heilman.
Here.
Councilmember Meister.
Here.
Councilmember Shine.
Present.
Vice Mayor Byers.
Here.
Mayor Erickson.
Here.
We have a quorum.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. We are now going to move for the approval of the agenda. Madam City Clerk, do we have any changes from staff?
No, Mayor, there are no changes from staff this evening.
Wonderful. How about my colleagues? Would we like to change anything around? Oh, look.
Would it be possible to move 5A to consent, 6B, and 6C to consent?
Are we okay with that? Wonderful. Is 6A something we'd like to put on to consent, or is we like to talk about that?
I think one of our colleagues would like
Okay.
to talk about it.
Sounds good. I think that's everything. Thank you so much, my colleagues. All right, so seeing those changes, we will be moving 5A to consent, which is the Sacramento Ledge Day, Day of Action update. 6C, the Matthew Shepard Stamp Campaign. 6B, the Hep C Forum. And that concludes everything that we're doing there. Sounds good. We have a motion and a second. We'll take a vote. All right, that passes 5-0. Thank you so much. I will now move on to adjournment motions. I know my colleagues have adjournment motions, and I'll start to my right with Councilmember Meister.
Thank you, Mayor. First, I'd like to adjourn in memory of Joseph Clapsaddle, who died peacefully on Saturday, February 10th. Joe was active in civic life and had a passion for service. In particular, Joe was active with the West Hollywood Chamber of Commerce, where he held a number of roles, including chair of the board of directors. Joe had a robust spirit and lived a life full of rich experiences. He loved to travel and enjoyed sharing meals with friends and family. He was a passionate advocate for the LGBTQ+ community. Memorial services for Joe will be held at All Saints on Saturday, February 24th at 11 a.m. And also, I'd like to adjourn in memory of Isaac Aguff, husband of longtime resident and advisory board member Raisa Aguff. Isaac was a great family man, decent, honest, kind-hearted, and intelligent. He was a talented engineer and scientist and a handyman at home for his family. He is survived by Raisa and their daughter, Nellie. Our deepest condolences to Raisa and her family. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you so much, Councilmember Meister. Councilmember Shine, do you have any adjournment motions?
I do not, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Councilmember Heilman.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Unfortunately, I have 3 adjournment requests. First, I'd like to request that we adjourn in memory of John DePonce. John was a longtime West Hollywood resident. He also was a very active member of our business community and served on our Visitors Bureau. He managed several hotels in West Hollywood. Later in life, he moved to Hawaii, managed a hotel there, but missed West Hollywood and came back. And then he managed a hotel in Mexico. He died recently, and I would request we adjourn in his memory. Second, I would request that we adjourn in memory of Mark Winogrand. Mark was our first community development director. He oversaw the development of our initial general plan and the hiring of our initial community development staff. Mark was an incredible visionary. After he left West Hollywood, he worked in Culver City for many years, and he was really responsible for the revitalization of downtown Culver City. If you've been to any of the restaurants there, that was largely the result of Mark's work. And he died recently after a short illness, and he's survived by his partner, Lucy Dyke, who was our former transportation director here in the city of West Hollywood. And then finally, I would request that we adjourn in memory of Anna Strasberg. Although she was not a resident of West Hollywood, she was the widow of Lee Strasberg, kept the Strasberg method alive and really promoted it, and largely responsible for the Strasberg Theater here in West Hollywood. And I know that her son David and his family are going to miss her, as we will as well. I would request that we adjourn in memory of all three of them. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you so much, Councilmember Heilman. Vice Mayor Byers, do you have any? Thank you, and I have one, and I would like to adjourn tonight's memory in memory of Robert Bob Armenta. Robert Bob Armenta passed away at his home on Wednesday, January 24th, 2024, after a brief illness. He was born on August 10th, 1946 in San Bernardino, California. He is survived by his wife of 57 years, Frances, and their two sons, Robert, Michael, and their two grandchildren, Mikey Armenta and Sophia Armenta. He is also survived by two sisters, Virginia and Esther. He leaves behind many nieces and nephews on both sides of the family who loved him dearly. He and Frances were honored to be niños, godparents to many children in the family. He loved his family and enjoyed spending time with all of them, enjoying especially his grandchildren. He and Frances enjoyed simple pleasures together all their married life. Bob was always ready to offer and give a helping hand to anyone in need. His life was a well life lived, and he will be loved and missed by many. Thank you so much. Moving on to presentations tonight. I'm going to welcome back up Isla, and we're going to take a photo with you for leading the Pledge of Allegiance. So thank you so much. I'll invite my colleagues. Congratulations. Thanks for coming down and helping us a little bit tonight. Next, I would like to do a recognition in honor of Miss West Hollywood. Alexandra Bretz, known as Lexi Lutz, is a trailblazing personality, influencer, dancer, and model residing in Los Angeles. As a trans docuseries personality, she first gained recognition in the show Hooked on the Look, where she showcased her transition from male to female and made headlines for her extreme looks. Now an influencer, she creates content featuring her favorite cosplay video game characters and shares her love for gaming modeling with her followers. Currently, she is actively involved in the fundraising for nonprofits, supported Best Buddies and Trans Lifeline. She will be competing in the Miss California competition this summer and will be representing us as Miss West Hollywood, making the first time a trans individual has entered for this title, and we couldn't be more proud. And at this time, I would like to invite Lexi up to the dais to receive her certificate and take a photo with myself and my colleagues and say a few words. So come on up, Lexi.
Hello. So, guys, my name is Alexandria Bretz. I'm from Anchorage, Alaska, representing Miss West Hollywood USA for the Miss California USA pageant coming up in June. Just a little bit about us. Miss California USA serves as an esteemed state preliminary to the renowned Miss USA and Miss Universe pageants. With headquarters in Santa Monica, the pageant celebrates the rich diversity and beauty of the Golden State annually at the prestigious Hyatt Regency in Orange County. The Miss Universe organization is a global entity fostering inclusivity, celebrating diverse cultures, backgrounds, religions, and provides a safe platform for women to share their stories, driving personal, professional, and philanthropic impact. Participants in this international platform serve as inspirational leaders, role models to their communities and fans worldwide. Recently, Miss Universe organization has storied history of over 70 years continually challenging stereotypes. In a groundbreaking move, Miss Universe organization recently abolished age restrictions, emphasizing that beauty knows no age limits. As Miss Hollywood USA, hoping to represent the district to its highest esteem and compete for the crown with poise, presence, and the body, a representative for all people, being of trans experience and being Miss West Hollywood USA, I'll make sure to capture the momentous, iconic experience and ask for your hand and help in the competition to raise awareness for LGBT and trans folk, raising funds for nonprofits such as Best Buddies and Trans Lifeline. Being one of the only trans women to ever enter the pageant, I hope to incorporate West Hollywood City Council, West Hollywood Gay Pride, and the Miss Universe organization to work together to help represent those that are targeted of nefarious agenda killing the community, and especially those of living the trans experience.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, and we'll see you out there when you're out here coming back. All right, we're gonna move on to public comment. The City Council values your comments. However, pursuant to the Brown Act, the Council cannot take actions on items not listed on the posted agenda. The public comment period is limited to 20 minutes with 2 minutes allotted for each speaker. This public comment period is to address the City Council on consent calendar items or items of general interest within the subject matter jurisdiction of the City Council. Another period is also reserved for the general public comment later on in the meeting for those who could not be heard at this time. Public hearing testimony will only be taken at the time of the public hearing. If you go over your 2 minutes and do not respond to the city clerk's notification that your time has expired, your microphone will be muted. If you signed up to speak on both consent calendar items and general public comment, as well as an item that was moved to the consent calendar, you may take this public comment period to speak on the consent calendar items. You may also sign up to speak during the second public comment period for your general public comment. Lastly, speakers should not bring any items to the podium other than their prepared written statements and/or writing materials. Madam City Clerk, how many speakers do we have for public comment tonight?
We have 11 individuals in chambers and none in Zoom this evening.
None in Zoom. Thank you so much. Before we get started, so the ground rules were all set for everyone, I know that we usually allot 2 minutes for public comment. Are my colleagues okay with that moving forward so we can get through all 11 of them? Wonderful. Okay, sounds good. Thank you, Melissa. I see Eugene Maysky as our first public commenter.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Madam Vice Mayor, dear council members and city staff. My name is Eugene Maysky, and I'm a member of the International Court Council, and I'm also Vice President of the Board of Directors of ICLAH, Imperial Court of Los Angeles and Hollywood. Tonight, City Council will be considering a resolution in support of effort to introduce a Matthew Shepard stamp as spearheaded by Matthew Shepard Foundation and the Imperial Court system. I'm here tonight to express my gratitude to the city staff, our council, and specifically to our mayor, John. Thank you so much for taking this initiative very seriously and working on it. especially in a time when LGBT rights are being taken away, members of our community are getting attacked all over the country, and legislatures are being introduced almost every day to take away our rights. Unfortunately, these few days are being marked by another victim, Dagny Benedict in Oklahoma, who's a non-binary person who's been killed in school, and the school didn't do anything. So the story of Matthew Shepard is still very much alive, and the tragedy of that. So introducing of that stamp will signify something serious, that we're taking that story serious. So thank you, John. Thank you, Council. Thank you, City staff.
Thank you, Eugene. And I apologize, Jonathan Wilson, you were next, to be followed by Annie Jump-Vicente.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members. Really appreciate this time. I'm here as a concerned citizen and business owner, and someone who really appreciated the vote that the City Council gave in October of 2022 to support the Social Justice Task Force. One of the things that I've noticed is that over the course of the past 18 months, we haven't really made significant progress on not only implementing anything related to the Social Justice Task Force recommendations, but also in relation to even hearing updates about that. So what I would like to do as a concerned citizen and business owner, I would like to recommend that we have, that there be more frequent updates from the Social Justice Task Force related to their activities. Perhaps maybe that might entail some of the staff members providing more frequent updates on the activities. And the other piece of that too is perhaps maybe meeting quarterly may not be something that bodes well. Maybe consider having the Social Justice Task Force meet monthly. And that would allow for an opportunity for people to get through various recommendations. The other piece too is that I believe that the task force was given the mandate of working on Juneteenth, and I can tell that most of the meetings have not been centered around that, and I don't think they've even been talked about yet. So I would recommend that there be more frequent updates even for that alone. So going through the recommendations and Juneteenth activities, for that reason, recommend that we have more frequent meetings for the Social Justice Task Force and monthly at that. So thank you.
Thank you so much, Jonathan. Annie Jump-Vicente to be followed by Mikey Friedman.
Since you don't carry masks in here to protect disabled people, here's 50 of them. I'm sure you heard by now, one of your security ambassadors, or goons as they are, they crossed paths with me. He then sexually assaulted me and battered me. He beat the shit out of me. And then he had me arrested and charged with a felony. I was asked about my genitalia by the police, by the deputies. I was assigned male, though my identification states I'm female. They put me with the men. Imagine what it's like to be a trans woman incarcerated with men. I fucking bet you can't. This is not the first time Black by Black has assaulted me. I can't even read this. There is a police report on file of such an assault. Security ambassadors touch me, they violate me, and they punch me. And if you recall from your inauguration, Erickson, I played a video where one of your city-paid goons threatened to kill my dog. She was unfortunately there that night on Valentine's Day night, and she was an absolute angel. She was so scared and helpless. I had to get her out of there before an ambassador killed my dog. Lastly, there's an article from 2017 published on WehoOnline.com where they report how ambassadors ride carelessly in the beds of the trucks, pull people over for DUI checks, and regularly handcuff people. Ambassadors still carry handcuffs. They do not have police immunity. Is this what you call a trans sanctuary city? Why would any trans person need to flee here for safety? We are not safe here. You have done nothing for trans safety. The first step is to end the contract with Block by Block now. Do not risk our lives any longer. Our deaths will be on your hands.
Thank you so much, Annie. Jump. Mikey Friedman to be followed by Anne Marie Williams.
Mikey Friedman, West Hollywood. There are three things you cannot take for granted: people, your health, and your safety. People, wait till you start losing people to death or disappointment or leaving and they no longer are part of your life. You'll realize that you should have appreciated them more. Like that great guy at work who you took for granted and didn't find out until he left that he did the work of three people. Health. I don't have a pot to piss in. I drive a 20-year-old car, and I have old furniture in a one-bedroom apartment. I live on Social Security and my limited savings. But when it comes to my insurance, I do not cheap out. Why am I relating this? Because having great insurance saved my life. If I had had an HMO, I would probably be dead now. Safety. At the Public Safety Commission meeting last Monday, when I heard talk about empirical evidence and KPIs and that not feeling safe wasn't good enough, I thought of a couple things. First, Seppi. When you were threatened, you didn't go to Block by Block. Not only did you go to the sheriff, but you wanted the bomb squad and dogs. John, when you got death threats, did you go to Block by Block? No. I'm sure you went to the sheriff. Suddenly, your safety was not a given anymore, was it? The city should concentrate on spending money to guarantee the safety of the tax-paying people who pay your salaries. Haven't you learned anything from the last Public Safety Commission and Nika Soon Xiong's folly? It's sad how quickly you forget. Then there's scooters. You put us in danger not only from getting hit, but from tripping and falling. Also, you force us to have to try to walk around and avoid delivery robots. You are taking our sidewalks and our safety for granted. Please, stop playing politics and start really giving a shit. And stop taking us for granted because we're the ones who vote for you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mikey. Anne Marie Williams to be followed by George Nickel.
Hello, my name is Anne Marie Williams, and I'm here on the behalf of the Human Services Commission. Today is February 20th, which marks World Day of Social Justice. In eviction cases, 90% of the landlords have legal representation, whereas only 10% of the tenants do. According to the California State Bar, legal assistance for tenants enhances long-term housing stability. Research also shows that access to legal aid for survivors of violence greatly reduces the likelihood of abuse by helping individuals obtain legal protection and offering long-term alternatives to an abusive relationship. The great thing about this city of West Hollywood, this city council created the Social Justice Advisory Board, which provides policy recommendations to address social and racial equality in this city. One of the service providers is Bethzetic, which promotes social and economic justice for low-income community members by providing free legal services ranging from consultations and document preparation to court representation. These services include eviction protection and defense, advocacy on housing, and the access to benefits and services for Holocaust survivors. Another service provider, community partner for us, is the LA LGBT Center Legal Advocacy Project for Survivors, which provides trauma-informed safety planning, case management, and free legal services in collaboration with the Immigration Law Project. The center provides immigration relief to victims of crime, asylum seekers, and refugees seeking safety from violence. If you need legal services, please visit weho.org/human services or call the city's Human Services Division 323-848-6510. And also talk to your commissioners. We're here to help. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Anne Marie. George Nickel to be followed by Marcus Molina.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members. George Nickel, 19-year resident of the city of West Hollywood. Tonight, I'd like to talk about Alexei Navalny, who was murdered for believing that his country could become the kind of democracy that so many of us take for granted in our country. West Hollywood has benefited from many immigrants who fled the former Soviet states to find the American dream right here in our city. I believe that they understand what a miracle our system is, while so many of our fellow citizens do not, because they have never had to survive a dictatorship. They understand that history did not end in 1991 and never does, and we're always just a step ahead of it. My mentor at university, who was born behind the Iron Curtain and watched as his friends were murdered by the state in 1956 when they were just school children, recently told me to, quote, always be on the Democratic side of events. So, I would like to urge all of us to do the same. Ballots have been mailed, vote. Every chance you get, vote. And please remember to mind the extremists who want to tear down our institutions and take every chance to do what so many people around the world die to have the opportunity to, and vote. Thank you.
Thank you so much, George. Marcus Molina, to be followed by Angelo Rivera.
Hello, everyone. Nice to see you. My name is Marcus, and I have lived in West Hollywood for 25 years because I think West Hollywood is the best city in the world. I work at WehoTV West Hollywood. I own a condo in West Hollywood. I make a concerted effort to spend my money in West Hollywood because I want the city of West Hollywood and the local businesses to flourish so we can all succeed together. To continue to exist as the best city in the world requires 2 points. Number one, striving for excellence. Number two, striving for compassion. The city should continue to take care of the people who take care of the city. Hotel housekeepers are one example of people who take care of the city. Hotel housekeepers work very hard to keep these $1 million hotel rooms immaculate, which allows the hotel the ability to book hotel rooms on a daily basis, which generates tax dollars for the city and profits for the hotel. Unfortunately, some of the housekeepers drive in from San Bernardino because they cannot afford to live in West Hollywood, but they continue to make the commute from San Bernardino to West Hollywood because they love the city of West Hollywood. The purpose of life is to help other people, and it would be a compassionate gesture to create a plan to help hotel housekeepers experience both working and living in West Hollywood. Life is not fair. I'm not 6'2", that's not fair. But we should make life fair whenever possible. And one act of fairness by the city would be to continue to create beautiful areas of affordable housing. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Marcus. Angelo Rivera, to be followed by David Nash.
Hello, everyone. I'm Angelo. First of all, I want to thank WHCHC for the work that you're putting in for low-income housing. 10 years ago, when I was going to start Social Security, I was making a living as a theater actor. Wasn't thinking about Social Security, and then it hit me, and I realized, oh, I'm low income. And that term, low income, kind of freaked me out because it just didn't sound good. So I signed up, I got my apartment, I've been living there 10 years. It's a godsend. The work that you people do to get us housing is incredible. And I know there's a fear of low-income housing and what that means. And when I moved into the building at Courtyard, which Lauren knows, I fell in love with it. And then the people that lived there, when I first got there, I thought, and I know it's judgmental of me, but I was like, this is low-income building. All right, just play it cool, just get to know your neighbors, and guess what? It's just like any other apartment building anywhere, but West Hollywood is the one place that is trying to find housing for low-income people, and God bless you guys for doing that because we need it. And I know the property on Weatherly, everybody's fighting on that, but there's nothing to be afraid of. They take care of everybody. The people that move into low-income housing, they have to give their life away in paperwork. just to get into the lottery and be approved. So there should be no fear with the term low-income housing. And the last thing I have to say is deny the appeal. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Angela. We have David Nash to be followed by MJ Hill.
David Nash, West Hollywood resident. Good evening, Mayor and council people. As you may have noticed if you watch TV, this is award season. And I think it's time for me to say thank you to a few of my favorite people that work full-time for the city. First, I'd like to mention from Social Services, Deanna Sanders. If you know her well, we just call her Dee. She's a problem solver, calm, cheerful, and a joy to work with. I'm so glad that we have her employed at the City of West Hollywood. Next, I want to mention Derek Murray, also with Social Services, who's a rock of consistency. He's always got the right information, knows the answers, will send an email for you. He gets things taken care of in a constantly cheerful, smart way. Finally, I do have a favorite employee of the city, someone who helped me during the pandemic. I lived through a renovation at my building that was slated to take one day and cost about $285,000. But because of the pandemic and other complications, it took more than a year to complete and ran $10 million over budget. There were problems during the process, but I was referred to Danny Rivas, and he took care of them all. I can't say what a gentleman he's been, how generous he is with his time, how he has the courage to speak to other people in power on your behalf, and hands down, Danny Rivas is my favorite city employee. So I'd like to thank all of you who work for the city, but in particular, those three people, Deanna Saunders, Derek Murray, and Danny Rivas. Thank you all.
Thank you so much, David. MJ Hill to be followed by Sakura Forth.
Hi, I'm here in support of Annie Jump and all the trans members of this community, unhoused members of this community, and everybody else who doesn't have the resources or the time to be here at this city council meeting. It's hard to know where to start, what to say in this 2 minutes, because there's so much harm being done. It's obvious that the Block by Block organization is doing grievous harm actively, and you've been made aware of this. The sheriffs, you've known for a long time, you've known probably the whole time, how awful the sheriffs treat the members of your community, the horrible human rights violations that happen all of the time, and yet the city council, I'm sitting here and listening to all of the pinkwashing that is going on. I'm listening to things that they have so little importance compared to the things that you could be doing. And I want to acknowledge that there are things that it sounds like you're doing that do help members of this community. But it's not enough. You have to stop the harm. It has to stop now, and you need to do something. You need to do things that allow people to live safely in their homes, on the streets. If that's where they are, they need to be safe. And that needs to be much more important than how the city looks to the wealthy people. It needs to be more important to how the city looks for tourists and the comfort for people who have privilege, the people who don't have to worry about where their next meal is going to come from, where they are going to be housed, and whether they are going to be safe walking down the street.
Thank you, MJ. Next up, we have Sakura Forth to be followed by our last public commenter, Joe Green.
Hi, my name is Sakura Forth. So when I was here last time, I ended my comment with let trans people live. And I feel like the whole chamber does not take me seriously, but I'm here because I have a sliver of hope that my comments will do something in this society. So last week I was in Japan on business and I received a news that my trans sibling, Annie Jump, was sexually assaulted, brutalized by block and arrested. Block by Block has been extremely transphobic and has issued threats, which Annie Jump has spoken about repeatedly in this chamber. But nothing has been done. I'm 52 years old and started my transition at age 50. Many of my siblings do not live to be my age, especially trans men. I was disowned by my birth family. My trans siblings are the only family that I have. But the city does not let me protect my family. Why would you keep Block by Block, who endangers the safety of my siblings? What would convince you? Verbal threats, physical assaults, sexual assault, are they not enough? What are we waiting for? Are we waiting for my siblings to be killed? I won't let that happen. I will not let you harm my siblings, my family, my only family that I have. The city contract with Block by Block must end now. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Joe Green is our final speaker of the evening for public comment.
Good afternoon, or good evening, everyone, Mr. Mayor, council members. I just wanted to say thank you to John Heilman for appointing me to the Disabilities Advisory Board. I've served on the HIV Commission for LA County for the last 14 years. I'm presently the co-chair pro tem. We had a great meeting today talking about the budget, so everything's on track. And I just wanted to say thank you, and again, thank you. That's it, short and sweet.
Thank you so much, Joe. All right. That concludes the first public comment. We're going to move
Mayor?
in. Yes.
Can you take one more individual?
Of course.
Okay. Lee?
Lee?
Lee.
Come on, don't go too far.
Come on.
Come on down.
Mr. Mayor, members of council, my name is Lee Walkup. I'm a resident of West Hollywood. I'm a member of the Older Adult Advisory Board, and I've come to speak about that this particular evening. We are down 2 people on our board, and that has been going on now for over a year. I invite the attention of council to that situation and invite our city manager to that situation. I understand that council's agenda is promoted or set by the city manager, and this situation has not been dealt with. We have a perfectly qualified individual waiting in the wings and has now been waiting almost 1 year to be brought into our body. That is Richard Leroy. We have almost given up. We wish that the mayor, members of council, the city manager be advised that we need the 2 individuals that are lacking on our board of 9, because we only have 7, that it be solved sooner rather than later, and that we have an opportunity to bring our numbers to full set so that we may properly advise council in regard to what the needs of older adults are. Thank you.
Thank you, Lee. And Lee, I'm appointing him at the next meeting, FYI, just so you're aware. We didn't have it on this meeting for whatever reason. I think that concludes public comment. Melissa? Or Madam City Clerk?
Yeah, that's all we have in public for public comment.
Thank you so much. I'm going to turn over to our city manager, David Wilson, for his report.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, or I'm sorry, Vice Mayor and City Council members. I do have a few announcements to make, and then we'll provide a brief presentation on the city's social justice initiatives. So for announcements, we invite all community members to join us at the WehoTV Strategic Plan Open House on Saturday, March 2nd from 11 a.m. to 2 p.m. at Kings Road Park to provide input on the city's next strategic plan. There will be food, music, and multiple opportunities to share your visions and goals for our collective future. For more information, please visit our website at go.weho.org/strategic plan. The March 5th primary election is around the corner. All registered voters should have received their vote by mail ballots. The city's vote by mail drop boxes are open behind City Hall on Sweetser, at the Plummer Park Community Center, and in front of the council chambers on San Vicente Boulevard. We will also have 2 vote centers open in the city. There is an 11-day vote center at Fiesta Hall in Plummer Park, which opens this Saturday, February 24th, and a 4-day vote center at the Aquatics and Recreation Center at West Hollywood Park, which opens on Saturday, March 2nd. For more information, please go to www.weho.org/elections. The city began a multifamily property inspection pilot program earlier this month, focusing on multifamily apartments with 3 or more units. The program is starting on the east side of town and will progress westward. For more information, please email the city's Neighborhood and Business Safety Division at multifamilyinspections@weho.org. And the city's Public Safety Appreciation event will be held on Wednesday, March 6th, here at the City Council Chambers from 11:30 a.m. to 1:30 p.m. All community members are welcome to join us in recognizing our public safety partners. For more information about this event, please contact our Public Safety Division at safety@weho.org. Now we will switch to the presentation on our social justice initiatives. And as we're getting the presentation set, I will just say Happy Black History Month to everyone. So this is our annual presentation that will focus on how the city operationalizes our diversity, inclusion, and racial equity work. Joining me is Aaron Hammett, the city's GARE lead, and this will be providing an update on our Government Alliance on Race and Equity initiative, that's our GARE initiative, and our Diversity, Equity, Inclusion, and Accessibility initiative. It's okay. Oh, there it is.
All right. It froze on us. Okay.
And before we get into the presentation, we just wanted to take a moment to acknowledge the nation's history and the historic legacy of racial injustices that extend back to the founding of America and the taking of the land of Native Americans. And why equity and justice work is so important to rectify the barriers, disadvantages, and injustices of the past and the present. The city joined GARE in 2020 after the killings of Ahmaud Arbery, Breonna Taylor, and George Floyd, and the ensuing civil unrest, with the understanding that racial inequities are deep and pervasive. Racial identities have major impacts on life outcomes, and racial anxiety is on the rise. GARE provides an institutional and structural approach that can be used to address areas of social injustice. The slide on the screen provides GARE's mission and vision, along with the trajectory of membership since 2014. When we joined GARE in 2020, there were about 200 government members, and that has expanded to over 435 cities, other cities in which we can share resources related to equity work. And so I will turn it over to Aaron to provide an overview of some of the work the city has done.
Hello, thank you. So it's pretty exciting. This is our year 4 update. So this is the 4th time we've come here to give you a snapshot of what we've done over the last year. This year's presentation's going to be broken up into 3 sections. We have 8 current GARE teams. GARE stands for the Government Alliance for Race and Equity. We're going to look at, I've been told there's a very important hearing tonight, so I'm going to personally highlight everything in the completed column that we know we've done. There is also more information in this presentation to watch later about what work we have in progress as well as what's on the horizon. So the first GARE updates for our administration work completed within the last year. We've added 1 FTE to the city's employees. They'll be joining the city manager department's team, and it will be the equity and inclusion officer. The budget was added in fiscal year 24. We've also provided a GARE virtual training series, Understanding Racialized Space and Architecture. This was to city staff and city officials, so that's elected as well as all of our boards and commissions, and we had 81 total attendees. We've been onboarding new managers and directors to the GARE work. It's essential that everyone feels confident and comfortable, not only realizing that we have a commitment to racial equity and social justice in the city of West Hollywood, but how that relates to your own area of work. And then we attended the annual GARE membership meeting, Governing for Racial Justice. These are 6 GARE working groups. This is in the On the Horizon work, so I'm gonna skip that right now. Our Arts GARE team completed an amendment to the Arts Grant Program. They amended their guidelines to require grantees with $1 million plus budgets to have a cultural equity statement. This is a play off of, or part 2, I guess I'd say, off of the Arts Commission adopting its own cultural equity statement. So the Commission's adopted its own equity statement, and now we're requiring grantees with a large grant to also have one. Our community development GARE team completed actions. We have launched the CAP, the Climate Action and Adaptation Plan / WeHo Climate Action Public Dashboard. This is a great way to track our sustainable work and our commitment to equity through this plan. We also updated the WeHo.org webpage on extreme heat preparedness and added resources about assistance for qualifying low-income households on energy efficiency upgrades and utility bills. There were some public comments I heard earlier about acknowledging and addressing low-income households, and so that's also a goal for our DEI work, is to not leave anyone behind. So if anyone's missed this webpage, I actually missed it myself as I was creating this update. So now I know, and I would encourage everyone to go check that out. Additionally, the city applied to receive a CARB STEP grant. This is a climate change grant from the state. It would fund transportation projects in the East Side, which is designated as a low-income community per the California Climate Investments Priority Populations Map. We'll be able to announce whether we got that grant at the end of February once they make an announcement. Next, we have our Community Safety GARE team. Completed there is the Center for Policing Equity Study, and presentations related to that study were made. We included the link to that report, and you can see the different sections notated in the bullets below that link. Additionally, the WeHo Sheriff Station received LGBT awareness training, which is a post-certified course. And give me one second. And POST stands for Police Officers Standards and Training Commission. Next, we have the Community Services GARE team. So the Community Services GARE team completed this last year, establishing the Social Justice Advisory Board. Also, the city as a whole celebrated its first Juneteenth as a new city holiday. And the City of West Hollywood Historical Context Study was completed. Just as background, the context study, I wanted to read that. Research racially and culturally discriminatory policies that existed in the area from the 19th century until present day. Findings from this study will inform the city on next steps in establishing initiatives to address social and racial equity. Next, we have the Economic Development GARE team. 5 WeHo businesses were awarded grants by California Restaurant Foundation, ranging from $5,000 to $10,000 each. And then also the Economic Development GARE team executed a funding agreement with the WeHo Small Business Foundation for initial outreach and programming to support minority entrepreneurs and small business owners. There's more work on the horizon, which we're not going to get into right now. So Human Resources GARE team completed there is the updated recruitment practices to target underrepresented groups using diversity-focused job boards and organizations, as well as launching a learning and development intranet page for city staff. Next, we have Human Services GARE team. This is actually, in our previous updates, we referred to the Social Services GARE team and the Strategic Initiatives GARE team. Now this is a combined team since the two divisions have merged together now. So completed there, 2 new requirements were added to the Social Services RFP. Focusing on enhancing services provided to BIPOC individuals and the practice of disaggregated reporting. Additionally, completed the launch of the West Hollywood Care Team, and staff attended conferences and trainings to increase DEIA knowledge. Next, we have the Communications GARE team, and this is pretty exciting, I think, is that we've launched West Hollywood's dedicated engagement hub. It's engage.weho.org. This is a piloted launch right now with a couple of select city projects, but the whole idea is that the whole city is going to begin, all of city staff is going to use this, and so this is going to become a centralized location for the community to get involved with our work. So hopefully everyone's excited about that as I am. This is the logo, Engage WeHo. And then getting into communications as a whole, this is a new GARE team. We've never updated on our communications group before. So they've put together some slides for us on inclusive communications practices. So this slide and the next one are communications on multicultural holidays. Then we have inclusive communication practices for the Homeless Initiative outreach. We also have inclusive communication practices related to the WeHo Pride media coverage. Here it is for WeHo Pride digital media and WeHo Pride photo and video. So, oh, actually one more. WeHo Pride digital accessibility is the last one. Thank you so much. I think we're gonna skip questions tonight, but I did want to close with just a statement from the GARE and Race Forward team. Interrupting social and institutional practices that contribute to racialized outcomes is needed across every department and line of business and government, because race still plays a role in how people receive the protections and experience barriers to what they need from government. We stand with you as we work to remake our public institutions and systems into ones that deliver health, safety, and dignity for all communities. Remaking government is a long-haul effort requiring commitment and practice. It requires fortitude, perseverance, ingenuity, and resolve. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Erin, and thank you for all the hard work that you do. David, do you have anything else?
No, and we'll make the presentation available on the city's webpage for others. But no, that concludes my comments. Thank you.
Sounds good. Thank you so much. Thank you, Erin. All right, moving on to the fiscal impact on tonight's consent calendar. City Clerk, what's the fiscal impact?
Thank you, Mayor. The fiscal impact on tonight's consent calendar with the addition of items 5A, 6B, and 6Z is $1,891,070 in expenditures, $0 in revenue, and $1,300 in waived fees. I see that there is a motion on the floor. I need a second.
I have a feeling you'll get
And
it.
we have a second to adopt tonight's consent calendar. Councilmember Shine. Thank you. And the motion passes 5-0.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. All right. We're going to move on to the first item, our public hearing, item 3A, appeal of the Planning Commission's approval to demolish 2 dwelling units on 3 abutting parcels and construct a new 7-story, 89-unit, 100% affordable multifamily residential building and a 3-level subterranean parking garage at 916 Weatherly Drive, including a finding that the project is exempt from CEQA under Class 32, categorical exemption for infill development projects, and affordable housing project exemption. I see our staff is ready. I think you might need a minute to get the computer going on. So we are going to open the public hearing. The public hearing is now open, and I'm going to ask for any disclosures from my colleagues. And may I start with you, Councilmember Meister?
Of course, thank you, Mayor. I visited the site twice and I spoke with several residents on matters contained in the staff report. I also received correspondence from the appellant, which we all received, and I asked staff to provide some financial information regarding how much the applicant says the project will cost in the current loan situation.
Thank you so much. Councilmember Shine.
I received the same email from the correspondence from the appellant as well, and that's it.
Wonderful. Councilmember Heilman?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I've been to the site several times. I've met with some of the project opponents. I've also met with the project applicant and their team on several occasions, and I've also received correspondence.
Wonderful. Vice Mayor Byers.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I have a few statements to make concerning my participation in the agenda item tonight. First, with regards to my proximity to the site, I am a renter on a month-to-month lease living within 500-foot radius of the project site. The site's not immediately adjacent to my building, but it is visible from my front porch, so I walk by it regularly. I've made very many stops. Legally, this fact bears no financial consequence and thus have no reason to recuse myself from the discussion based on this matter, but I just wanted to disclose that. Regarding another matter that has been brought forward, it is important to note that my partner, who I live with but I'm not legally married to, did have a limited part-time consulting role with the West Hollywood Community Housing Corporation for a period of time between 2020 and 2022. This is a non-factor in the matter before us tonight, though, as my partner has changed careers more than 14 months ago. He does not and will not benefit financially from any outcome on this project, nor will I. The information I've received for the project before us tonight has come from the staff report, my own review of the November 16th, 2023 Planning Commission meeting, and the correspondence my colleagues have also named they've received. Participation in this discussion for me tonight is a matter of good governance. I really appreciate and have thought long and hard about the issues raised by members of the public. And I want to say that the appeal tonight and considers brought to us based on this, or for this appeal, are specific to the decision made at the Planning Commission meeting. I'm here tonight to listen to the evidence and to listen to the appeal, and I believe I can be fair and impartial in this matter. In fact, I was elected to participate in decisions presented to this body, and I take that responsibility very, very seriously. The processes, laws, and code of conduct we agree to follow here ensure that we're playing that role appropriately, and I believe I've done my due diligence to ensure I can participate fully in the discussion tonight. Thank you, and that's all I have to say.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Byers. I myself met with the appellant before the one time the meeting was tabled, so we had a meeting. Additionally, I've received correspondence from individuals, and I've visited the site a number of times. All right, Madam City Clerk, how was this hearing noticed?
As required by law.
Thank you so much. Will our wonderful staff introduce themselves and please present your staff report?
Good evening, Mayor and Vice Mayor and Council members. My name is Jennifer Alkire. I'm the Planning Manager for Current and Historic Preservation Planning in the City of West Hollywood. And I'm here with Director Nick Marisich and my colleague Roger Rath, Associate Planner, who will be giving the staff presentation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for the introduction.
Good evening, Mayor Erickson and council members. As Jennifer said, my name is Roger Rath, and I'm the Associate Planner for the current and Historic Preservation Planning team. So as stated earlier, the project before you is the appeal of the Planning Commission approval on November 16th, 2023 for the demolition of all existing structures on the subject property, a lot merge of 3 abutting parcels, and the construction of a new 7-story, 89-unit, 100% affordable multifamily building with 3 modifications. So the subject property spans 3 parcels, 916 Weatherly, 914 Weatherly, and 910 Weatherly that would be merged through a lot tie. The subject property is located north of Cynthia Street on Weatherly Drive and is adjacent to a designated cultural resource at 9025 Cynthia Street. The designated cultural resource is First Baptist Church of Beverly Hills. So the proposed building is 7 stories tall with 89 residential units with a contemporary design. This is a 100% affordable housing as defined by the West Hollywood Municipal Code. The code definition is that all units are 100% affordable with up to 20% of the units for moderate income households, and the remainder of the units are for very low and low income units except the manager unit. Specifically, this project provides 1 manager unit, 2 units for moderate income households, and the remaining 86 units are for very low and low income households. This is consistent with the state's definition of a 100% affordable housing project. Affordable housing ensures that people or families with lower income can afford to live in this development, aligning with the city's dedication to addressing the housing needs for a wide range of residents. In accordance with the West Hollywood Municipal Code and the state density bonus laws, projects with 100% affordable housing are eligible for a density bonus, an additional 3 stories, or 33 feet in additional height, and reduced parking requirements. These specific bonuses are not discretionary. As such, the applicant is providing 89 units, a density bonus of 72 additional units. The project has an additional 3 stories, and although no parking is required, the applicant has provided 62 parking spaces on site. Part of the affordable housing incentives at the time the project was applied for, the applicant may apply for 4 concessions as long as the concession results in identifiable and actual cost reduction and does not have specific adverse impact upon public health and safety or designated cultural resources. The applicant has requested 4 concessions. 1, to eliminate the additional 6-foot setback for the second and upper story in addition to the front yard setback. 2, a reduction of 26% to common and private open space. 3, relocation of the required common open space from the first floor to the second floor. And 4, providing non-residential parking for the church uses. For each concession, the applicant has provided the cost reductions, which is consistent with the municipal code and state law. The project requested 3 modifications. 2 modifications for a 10% or 1-foot reduction to each side yard setback and a 10% or 1-foot 6-inch reduction to the rear yard setback. Unlike the affordable housing incentives, this is discretionary. Planning Commission approved the modification as it is determined that the request will have an insignificant impact on adjacent properties and a hardship exists. It is important to clarify that the modification request is not a variance. The modification is a 10% flexibility provided by the code that doesn't rise to the same findings as a variance, as there is a higher bar for a variance. The code provides flexibility of a modification to development standards to account for things like required dimensions by the building code that are standard, such as doors, windows, rooms, dimensions, and other conditions that may restrict a development footprint, such as the fault line setback. While the modification requests are discretionary, they provide critical flexibility to allow the density requested in this project. Elimination of the 10% reduction of the side and rear yard setbacks would have impacts on the design of the project and the amount of housing that would be provided. Indicated with the blue lines are the setback with the modified 10% reduction. The red line indicates the building facade on all 4 sides. The purple box on the site plan indicates the sidewalk dedication, which results in the building being located further back on the property. The orange line indicates the 50 feet 50 feet fault line setback. The red outline makes it easier to see that the ground floor of the building and subterranean levels are outside the fault line setback area, even with the additional 1 foot modification to the side yard setbacks. The project was approved by the Planning Commission on November 16, 2023. On November 27, 2023, an appeal was filed with the city clerk by Arthur Bernstein, Martha Oriana, and Joseph Dickstein, which asserted the Planning Commission's approval of the project was based on inaccurate or unsupported findings. A detailed discussion of each assertion is included in the staff report, but they pertain to 6 primary allegations. 1, the city violated the Public Records Act procedural rules. 2, the project is not eligible for a CEQA categorical exemption. 3, the modifications were granted improperly due to no hardships demonstrated. 4, the developer has breached the loan agreement between the West Hollywood Community Housing Corporation and the City of West Hollywood. 5, the height of the project impedes on several surrounding buildings, proceeding with attempts to install solar energy for their use. And lastly, 6, the city should require an environmental impact study to be performed. The staff reviewed the appeal and responded to each point in detail in the staff report. In the response to number 1, the record demonstrates that the city complied with all applicable Public Records Act requirements. Number 2, the city maintains the conclusion that the project qualifies for CEQA exemption for the reasons explained in the report. And 3, affirms that the modification request meets all the requirement of the zoning ordinance, and the Planning Commission agreed with the findings, approving the hardships. 4, the loan agreement between the West Hollywood Community Housing Corp. And the City of West Hollywood is separate from the consideration of this housing project by the Planning Commission and the City Council on Appeal. However, for the purpose of responding to the appeal points, it has been confirmed in the record that the Urban Design and Architecture Studio Department gave input throughout the project to address other city divisions or outside agency considerations and community and subcommittee design-related comments. Rick Abramson, the city architect, is available to respond to the council questions regarding that process. For number 5, the appellant has not submitted any evidence that the city has violated the Solar Rights Act. And lastly, 6, this project qualifies for exemption under CEQA Guidelines Section 15332 for infill development projects and CEQA Guidelines Section 15194 for affordable housing, and does not require an environmental impact study to be performed. The presence of the project site in an Alquist-Priolo fault zone has been fully disclosed and analyzed by the city, and a full EIR is not required for further analysis. In 2001, the City Council adopted building standards that established 2 fault precaution zones in the West Hollywood Municipal Code, Section 19.32.020, in order to meet the requirements of the Alquist-Priolo Act. The latest version of this map, called City's Fault Location and Precaution Zone Map, is located in the General Plan 2035 EIR Seismic Technical Background Report. As noted in the staff report and resolution for the project is located in the City of West Hollywood Fault Precaution Zone, FP1. The FP1 zone requires site-specific fault rupture evaluation by a California certified engineering geologist. The applicant has provided a fault study report and has been verified and provisionally approved by Tetra Tech, the city's contracted California certified engineering geologist. The project complies with the city's municipal code requirements regarding seismic safety. Specifically, the seismic-related condition of approvals for the projects are that the city's standards condition for high occupancy facilities with a fault precaution zone. The proposed conditions are thus standard regulatory requirements and are consistent with the conditions recommended by Tetra Tech. As a regulatory measure, the proposed seismic condition of approvals are not improper mitigation measures under CEQA, nor do they involve improper deferral. A fault rupture hazard investigation was performed and reviewed by the city's experts prior to any final actions on the project. Conditions requiring further study also do not constitute improper deferral, as further investigation can only be performed during excavation as currently required. Given the city's code requirement, which the project will satisfy through unenforceable condition of approval, there's nothing about the project's location which would prohibit the use of Class 32 exemption or the affordable housing exemption. So the project aligns with the California's housing goal, and the project furthers the Regional Housing Needs Assessment, RHNA for short, goal of 3933 unit, which is divided into 4 income levels. 1,066 units for very low income households, 689 units for low income households, 682 units for moderate income households, and 1,496 units for above moderate income households. Specifically, this project will provide 88 affordable units, which reduces the RHNA for very low income households by 39 units, low income units by 47 units, and moderate income units by 2. The property will be deed restricted to ensure that the units are available for lower income households for at least 55 years. The project addresses diverse housing needs, especially for lower income households. This goal is identified in the general plan. The Housing Accountability Act and state density bonus law limits the ability to deny or require changes to the project in respect to the number of units, heights of the building, the parking count, and the use of the parking by the neighboring church, the additional 6-foot setback in the front building of the first floor, the total amount of open space provided in the building, and the location of the common open space. The Planning Commission exercised its discretion and made findings for a hardship for the modification requests to the side yard setbacks and the rear yard setback. The Commission is tasked with the competing priorities with state and region-wide need for housing, particularly more affordable housing, and the concerns of the public regarding the setback modifications. So based on the materials provided in the appeal, staff does not find that evidence has been presented of any technical errors, errors of fact, or an inadequate or unsupported finding that would justify overturning the Planning Commission's approval. The existing project presents an opportunity for the development of housing that would support more of the city's adopted goal and policies. Finally, the project has been analyzed and determined it would not have a significant effect on the environment and is categorically exempt from the provision of the California Environmental Quality Act that exempts infill development projects and affordable housing exemptions that meets all specific criteria to receive this exemption. Therefore, staff recommends that the City Council deny the appeal and uphold the Planning Commission approval of 910 to 916 Weatherly Drive. This includes the staff presentation, and I'm available for any questions. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Roger. I'm going to go to my colleagues now for questions, and questions only, no commentary, please, until we get past that. Councilmember Heilman, do you have any questions for staff?
I have 2 questions. One has to do with sort of what a private developer would have been able to do or would be able to do at this site. We just approved a project on Santa Monica Boulevard where there was an inclusion of a certain number of low-income units, and that developer, even though most of the units were market rate, they also were able to get concessions and additional height. I've heard some people in the community say, well, just let a private developer build on this site, and they would build smaller. But I don't think that's the case. So I'm asking staff, if a private developer was developing at this site and they included inclusionary units, would they be able to get additional height, 1 or 2 stories more, or additional density? Could you explain how that might work?
Sure. So if it was a private developer, the base density for this property is 17 units. So when applying for inclusionary units, there's a requirement by the city code that 20% of that unit be inclusionary, and therefore determines the amount of density bonus that they're allowed. The maximum density bonus they're allowed is based off of like what type of income level units that they provide, but ultimately it goes up to 50%. So if they were to take the maximum density, they would have 26 units that would be on this property. There are concessions that would be permitted, again, based off of the number count of the affordable housing unit types that they provide. And one of the concession is for additional story that they can request, and it would have to be reviewed by the Planning Commission. There are also other concessions that they can apply for too, just again, depending on the type of housing that they provide. And there would be 4 inclusionary units. So the rest of that 26, yeah, would be market rate.
I guess my question is more about the height, because that has been a concern I've heard a lot from the community. But it sounds like it's hard to tell without a specific project from a market rate developer in front of us.
Right, it's difficult to talk in hypotheticals about projects that may come before us, but...
I'm a law professor, we talk in hypotheticals all the time.
But there would be 45 feet and 4 stories, but they could request additional story. They're not limited to 1 story as a request under a concession or a waiver, so it could potentially be more than 1 story.
May I add one thing to that, Councilmember Heilman? The density bonus law was recently amended on January 1st to add for even more density bonus. So I couldn't do the exact math for you, but there are additional density bonuses that became available starting January 1st.
Yeah, and I think he was speaking as to our city ordinance, and I know the state law has changed. The other question has to do with the concession regarding the setbacks. I also understand that there's been a change in state law that allows for an additional concession. Would it make sense to treat these as concessions rather than modifications, or does it not really matter in terms of the legal standing here? Maybe that's more for Lauren.
Working, oh, there. Okay. Well, I think for purposes of tonight, we're looking at what they've proposed and what the Planning Commission approved, and those are modifications. The state law did change January 1 to allow a 5th concession available to 100% affordable housing projects like this. And the standard would be, but they could probably only use 1 concession for 1 modification, so I believe the project would still need 2 modifications anyway. So you'll want to look at those modification findings.
Okay, great, thank you. Those are my questions.
Thank you so much. Vice Mayor Byers, do you have any questions?
I do, just one piece of clarification. You identified 2 modifications that were discretionarily decided upon by the Planning Commission. Those are standard, you said, that 10% flexibility is within our building code for any project?
It's actually 3 modification requests, and it is standard in our zoning code.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Do you have any questions, Councilmember Shine? No. Thank you. Councilmember Meister, I have a feeling you have a question.
I have a lot of questions,
Okay.
so I'll ask for your patience and indulgence.
No worries.
My first few questions are for the city attorney. The staff report says the project was, the application was approved, or actually it might say the project was approved prior to the effective date of Assembly Bill 1633, and maybe it was the application that was approved. What were the CEQA requirements prior to AB 1633, and do we go by when the application was deemed complete, or are we going by whatever?
It's a very good question. Usually with respect to state law, we go with the state law that's current as of right now, because that's the most controlling and it's the most recent statement from the legislature of what they expect. With AB 1633, the underlying CEQA requirements, available exceptions, process are all the same. The only thing that's changed with that bill is that now a developer could provide evidence of an exemption, and where it used to be just the city would take all evidence and weigh it and make a CEQA decision, if the developer provides evidence of an exemption, there's now a strict timeline by which the city has to review and respond and incorporate those findings, if they're supported by evidence, into their decision-making process. So it's no longer just the city doing CEQA review. There will now be evidence provided by developers and a strict timeline to respond to those proposed exemptions or other environmental documents that are proposed.
Okay, and then how does allowing for a concession for non-residential parking for usage by the adjacent church result in an identifiable and actual cost reductions consistent with what is contemplated by state density bonus law?
Well, I believe there's an explanation of that in the staff report. I would have to find it. And I think the applicant could probably answer that question a little bit more. But Roger, do you know where that is in the staff report?
I believe it's in actually the Planning Commission staff report where we kind of go through each of the concessions. But the explanation that was provided is that if they were to provide the required parking for the church elsewhere, that means that they would have to provide, additional land that they would have to provide, and also they would, or if they do provide it by like splitting the lot, that they would lose additional units.
I guess then what I would ask Lauren is that really consistent with what, this is the language that's used in the state law, is that consistent with what is contemplated by state density bonus law that the applicant be paying, that the savings that they're getting by not having to park the church somewhere else, it doesn't seem to have anything to do with the density bonus of the building.
I understand that argument. I think the concept of cost reductions has evolved over time, and we've had a couple cases in recent years from the Court of Appeal that have really sort of explained what it means for cost reductions and explained that it's really the city's burden to show that it doesn't result in cost reductions. And so when a developer makes a showing that this is something that's going to reduce the cost for their project, it is enough under state law unless we have evidence in the record to rebut that and say, well, no, it's not. The courts have really expanded the allowance for concessions and really supported the approval of requested concessions for a variety of reasons and a variety of aspects of the project. So we're seeing that over and over again from the courts.
Okay, and then in our agreement, which is attachment G, with West Hollywood Community Housing Corp., and this is the agreement on the loan agreement. Item 37 says CEQA compliance, city council discretion, and it says borrower and lender acknowledge and agree that there are numerous preconditions to the borrower constructing the project, including but not limited to 1, securing financing for development of the project, 2, securing discretionary entitlements from the city for development of the project, and 3, completing any environmental review required pursuant to the California Environmental Quality Act, CEQA. Nothing in this commitment letter nor the loan agreement shall limit City Council or Planning Commission discretion in considering any entitlements required for the project or conducting environmental review in accordance with CEQA. So I guess my question to you is, isn't that basically, if this was an agreement that was agreed to by both parties, that there is an understanding that there would be environmental review in accordance with CEQA?
And CEQA accounts for CEQA exemptions. It could be a CEQA exemption, it could be a negative declaration, it could be an EIR. I think the purpose of this paragraph was to show that even if the city committed to loaning funds at the very, very beginning, that you all would still go through the full process, planning commission hearings, whatever the CEQA review is, city council hearings, that you're not committing by loaning money to an outcome, that you would have all the facts before you, which can include a CEQA exemption, or in this case, 2, as part of that review process.
Okay. My other questions are for staff. Roger, you were talking about the fault location. I assume the fault location was a known prior to this project application?
Yeah, that's correct. The applicant presented the project showing that there was a fault zone.
Before, but what I'm saying is it was a known before you received this project application. So it wasn't something that was discovered.
Oh yes, that's
later,
correct. That's
right?
correct.
This
yes.
was known. Okay. So then, were the hardships stated for the modifications? Then it seems like they are all knowable. right? As the plans were being designed, if it was already a known fact that there was a fault there.
The fact that that a hardship on a property exists doesn't have to be unknown. It can be unknown quantity when a project goes forward. It doesn't have to be a surprise in order to be a hardship.
Oh, I understand that, but then wouldn't it have made sense for the building to have been designed so that it didn't need modifications, knowing that there was a fault there?
I think that the applicant can answer how they went about the process of designing the building. However, I think that you use the constraints of the property and you do the best you can, and then that's what the modifications are for. It's for where we need a little bit of flexibility for a property that contains a hardship. Even with the best of intentions of design, if you need a little flexibility to accommodate for something anomalous about the lot.
Okay, but will denying the modifications request preclude a building from being built there?
It would preclude this building from being built there at the density and with the amenities that it has.
But it was just a mere foot, according to the staff report, on each side.
Again, I think that the developer's architect could speak better to this, but I will say that there are certain constraints in the design of a building. There are certain required widths, there are certain passageway widths or door swing, bathroom radius, things like that that have to be accommodated for, which even if it's just a foot, it could end up reducing the density in a more dramatic fashion than you would think, because you're now squeezing down certain things that are already sort of trying to fit in as best they can.
Okay.
If that makes sense.
Was a shade and shadow study done for this project?
No, that was not provided.
There was no shade shadow study?
No, it's not a requirement, part of our application.
Okay, didn't HPC have concerns about shade and shadow on the historic resource, particularly the window?
So the purview of the HPC was whether the project as proposed would have a significant adverse change on the historic resource. The window in question is on the north side of the property, and it is fairly obscured just by its location, and it doesn't get direct sunlight as it is. So I do know that the HPC raised that as a concern, and we brought it forward in our comments to the Planning Commission, but it doesn't represent an adverse change on the church.
So did HPC have an official recommendation regarding the project's impact on the historic resource? Because I know they asked for additional information. I don't know, was that information provided?
And that's the stained glass window, right?
Yep, sorry.
The stained glass window, sorry. The HPC, I believe, found that the project would not result in a substantial adverse change by the definition of SEQA, which is to change the historic property in such a way that it's no longer recognizable for the reasons that it was designated. But they did have concerns with other aspects of the property that was outside of what their jurisdiction of what they were reviewing.
Okay, and I know that there were studies done on the earthquake fault. Was a hydrology study conducted?
No, I don't believe so, no.
Okay, and do we know if dewatering will be necessary?
I don't believe so, but I will let the applicant respond.
Okay, because I know that, like the Melrose Triangle went down at least, it's 3 stories, and they are dewatering 24/7 for the last 10 years, and a big hole. Sorry, I had to get that in. You can strike that from the public record. And my question is, and I will ask the architect if you don't have the answer about the dewatering, but what comes with dewatering also is whether it's just for the construction or for the life of the project. So that's a question that I would like answered. Should I go on? Oh, go ahead.
I just wanted to provide a clarification that the Historic Preservation Commission didn't take an official action on the project.
Okay. Is that unusual?
When we bring these projects to the HPC, we don't generally have a resolution or have them make a motion and take an action. It's generally comment.
Okay.
Yeah.
The rooftop deck has hours of operations of 8 a.m. to 10 p.m. So does that mean that people can't do their laundry before 8 a.m. or after 10 p.m.? And does that mean the manager can't be outside of his unit or into his office at before 8 a.m. and after 10 p.m.?
That would be a question for the applicant or the operator.
Okay. Was a traffic study done regarding the non-residential use of the parking garage?
No.
Okay. Do we know where churchgoers are going to park when the project is under construction?
No, that is a question for the applicant.
Okay. The current street width is approximately 29 feet from curb to curb, and the additional 4 feet will widen the street to a total of about 33 feet, according to staff. Has the fire department indicated that any parking spaces or trees will have to be removed on the block? Because if there is a fire, they won't be able to maneuver their vehicle or their equipment?
No, they have not indicated any problems with the proposed project.
Were they reached out to? Were they sent their questionnaire?
Yes, so part of the review process, we do have the fire department review the proposal.
Okay. We have people on our wait list who were displaced and have been waiting for years for an affordable unit. Can you explain how the employees of the church are getting apartments without being vetted from a wait list like everyone else?
So I know that our housing.
I see. We
Thank
see
you.
Alice.
Allison Bartle with our property development division is here, and she can answer the question on
Great.
how that is allocated. Hi, can you hear me? Hi, good evening. Yeah, so there's a number of different ways that these units are leased up, and in a 100% affordable building, we don't use our inclusionary housing wait list. We use that for our inclusionary housing program. So typically in affordable projects, you have a place-based lottery, and it also depends on the other populations that might be there. So for example, if there were homeless populations in the building, you have to use coordinated entry. And so again, as it's outlined in the staff report, the city's regulatory agreement and covenant with West Hollywood Community Housing Corp. Designates and stipulates that the 2 units are going to be occupied and restricted to 120% AMI. So that will be followed, and the city annually certifies those units.
Okay, so it was mentioned at the Planning Commission meeting that of those 2 people from employees of the church qualify by the income requirements. And so right now they are receiving housing, I assume, from the church. I don't know if they're actually paying rent for the houses that are on the property, or if that's part of their package. But I just want to make sure that is that part of the salary that you are considering when you consider whether they are low, very low, or moderate income
Yeah,
people?
so we have a compliance department, and again, each unit has different stipulations, and so I don't want to speculate on hypotheticals. But we use the California Government Health and Safety Code 50053, and that outlines very clear definitions of rent and income. And again, that's part of the annual certification, is to go through each individual circumstances in the units that are governed by regulatory agreements in the city of West Hollywood, and understand the specific rents and incomes in those units. And so we will follow that in this building just like we do in all of our other buildings.
Okay, thank you. That's my questions for now.
Thank you so much, Councilmember Meister. I just have a few. Could you, or maybe Allison, you might want to stay for a second, just for the public's benefit, what is the income threshold for the affordable housing levels or tiers in this project?
I can go grab that for you. So California Health and Safety Code 50053 is different than our local. I can go pull it up while we're sitting here, but I do not know it off the top of my head.
Sure, why don't you do that?
Okay, any other questions for me?
No, you're good for right now. Thank you so much. And then my last question right now is related to a letter we got on section D, where the appellates contend that the city breached the loan agreement when it, in quotes, failed to collaborate with the urban design architect studio. I'm just wondering, because that's a pretty loaded statement, how would people come to that conclusion that the city wasn't, that this WHCHC wasn't collaborating with UDAS? I don't know how people would know that. I'm just trying to understand, I'm trying to better understand that.
Can I?
Yes, please.
Well, if you read in the Planning Commission report,
Yes, I saw
it
that
talks,
part.
it talks about what UDAS recommended and what was done or not done. So I would assume, I mean, that's what I assumed was collaborating or not. If it was done, it was meant collaboration. If it wasn't, it wasn't.
Because I guess that's, yeah, I saw that piece because I was wondering, like, if it was, you know, they say you have to paint it red and they wanted to paint it blue, right? And UDAS recommended red and they went blue, right? That's a hypothetical. We have that word a lot. I'm not a law professor. But I'm just wondering, because that's a fairly loaded statement, so I'm just trying to figure out a better assertion of, like, when collaboration occurred, what did that look like? How did that look like? Because it is important for me that the public is aware that the city is trying its best to work with all parties, but I know you can't serve every master that same way with projects. I'm just trying to get a better understanding.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Rick Abramson, manager of the Urban Design Architecture Studio. So for this project, I would say that there was quite a bit of interface and interaction between the applicant and the studio staff. Collaboration is a kind of open-ended term, but we had multiple meetings with the applicant team. You know, it was primarily in terms of guiding them on how to best be in alignment with city goals and policies and adopted plans. So we don't ever say, you know, you must do X, Y, and Z. It's more of the way I describe it is rudder on a ship. You know, are you sort of in alignment with what the city would really like to see? And there were a number of aspects of the project in terms of material selection, accessibility, and making sure that it was readily, easily to move in and out of the building, some scale features, you know, opening up the courtyard for residents to enjoy, you know, the street and the sunset. There was just a lot of suggestions that had to do with climate, environment, inclusivity, et cetera. So that was the nature. There were many that they followed along and integrated into the project.
Thank you very much. That's very helpful, and I understand when you have multiple ideas that it's hard to do that. Thank you, Rick. And I think my other questions are going to be for the applicant, so I'll save those at this time. Wonderful. So that concludes our questions. Just making sure. Great. So the city clerk has informed me that Arthur Bernstein, Martha Orlena, and Joseph Dickstein filed an appeal and will address the city council. So you'll have a maximum of 5 minutes to make your presentation. And if you want to come right up here to the podium. Oh, sorry. Oh, Allison, come on up. Come on up, everyone, and she'll answer the question.
Really quick. So for a one-person household, it would for moderate income, it would go up to $82,500. For a two-person household, that would be $94,300.
Thank you so much, Allison.
Okay.
Sure.
Staff?
Yeah.
Jennifer or Roger, was with the design review subcommittee, did they recommend to move the laundry facility off the roof?
They recommended that it be spread out through the building.
Okay.
Yeah.
But it was not, obviously. Still up there on the roof.
Yeah.
Yeah, so let's propose it's on the top of the roof, but there are operational, I guess, support for that from the applicant that they would share.
Are there any noise studies done having to do with that?
Noise studies for the laundry facility?
Yeah, being on the roof, like.
No.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much, and apologies for those last-minute questions. Please go ahead. You will have 5 minutes.
Well, thank you very much, Honorable Mayor Erickson and members of the City Council. Since time is of the essence, because we only have 5 minutes, I'm going to assume that you have all read the letter sent in this morning and delivered on timestamp from COPE, and also as well as the 1,150 pages that were presented to you under the City Council packet. I mean, that's quite a number of pages, and we don't have time, so I'm going to summarize this, make it really quick. The project, at the very least, requires a focused EIR, which the city attorney should have advised staff as necessary in the circumstance. The environmental review process is a legally mandated process that makes sure that the public and private development projects do not harm the environment or us. It is clear that no proper review was made of the seismic conditions of the property. Under CEQA's guidelines, Appendix G poses questions that using a common sense approach and using the most recent Alquist Priolo earthquake fault zoning map would show that the project could not move forward without an EIR. Please see page 4 of the letter. Note 49 of the guidelines of evaluating a hazard of a surface fault rupture prepared by the State Geological and Mining Board also indicate that in addition to filing a copy of the report with the state geologist, the report shall be authenticated by including the investigative geologist's signatures and registration numbers with expiration data. This information is only provided by Tetra Tech Bass and not from the underlying investigators. Neither of GeoCon's reports appear in the administrative record, and therefore there is no substantial evidence to support the findings or conclusions made by Tetra Tech or the Planning Commission. That's simply because the Tetra Tech report, peer-reviewed GeoCon's report, does not make it CEQA process open and shut case. It is impossible to know the route that the Planning Commission took in making their findings without the reports mentioned. There is no substantial evidence in the record to support the findings made by the Planning Commission to approve the project, nor is there any information in the current report that would allow you to uphold the Commission's determination. Therefore, the appeal must be sustained. The conditions of approval recommended by Tetra Tech are actually disguised mitigation measures, piecemealing, that would have been the result of a properly prepared and circulated environmental report, deferred mitigation, which is not permitted pursuant to CEQA. Please refer to California Supreme Court cases cited in the report submitted to you today, pages 6 and 7. Also, one of those mitigation measures need to be studied, implemented, and monitored. In sum, the proposed project should not be approved. We respectfully request that you please grant the appeal. And also, I just want to say that somebody mentioned something that it was the fear is about low-income housing. The fear is not about low-income housing. The fear is about the present danger of having a structure being built or collapse or actually have a hole in the ground if it doesn't meet certain criteria. That's what we're appealing. It's definitely not appealing about not having we need more of low-income housing.
Thank you, Martha. Martha Bernstein, appellant. Yeah, thank you. This project is not categorically exempt from CEQA because it's not 100% affordable housing. A significant portion of the multi-million-dollar purchase consideration was a provision where certain church personnel will get homes in which to live. Originally, they were to get 2 luxury condos, and then that was changed to 2 apartments in the affordable housing project. The developer could have purchased other housing for the church personnel or paid the seller other market rate times 55 years, but they didn't. They simply want to give away 2 units that were meant for existing people on the affordable housing list at the expense of all those funding the project, including the city. The following must be considered. How does the developer get to decide who can jump ahead of the people waiting for affordable housing and grant someone else's employees, that's the church, apartments in a project simply because it's advantageous to their purchase, to the financial aspects of their purchase? The purpose of the eligibility for affordable housing, the fair market value of the housing must be added to the prospective resident's current income for tax reporting purposes. That's regardless of the IRS code that allows for it to be later deducted. The amount of free rent must be evaluated at the market rate and added to the individual's income for the purpose of determining the necessary income requirements for individuals wishing to apply for the affordable housing benefits. The developer cannot bypass this and simply give away these units by trying to claim that the building is defined as 100% affordable. It isn't. It is not. If the church changes its personnel in years to come, how do the new church employees get to jump the line of those waiting on the list. If the church is not the resident, but rather those specific individuals are. The conclusion is simple. The project is not affordable housing, 100% affordable housing, by giving away the 2 units. And for these reasons, the appeal should be granted.
Thank you so much. Does that conclude your 5 minutes?
That's all we had. I could go more. But
I understand. I think what we'll do to make sure the other side, I think it was about 10 seconds longer, which is fine. I wanted you to finish your sentence, so we'll make sure they have it as well. But thank you so much. And I know you're sitting pretty close, but you might come back up in case there are questions or anything else like that. All right. Thank you so much. The city clerk has informed me that Jeff Seymour will present for the applicant team. You will also have a maximum of 5 minutes and around 10 seconds for your presentation to go ahead.
Very, very quickly, Mayor. Members of the City Council, my name is Jeff Seymour, Seymour Consulting Group. I reside in Westlake Village. I will just make one statement, that is that we are in total support of the conditions set forth by the Planning Commission. Mr. Contento from our Architect's Office on Title will make a statement, so will Mr. Slansky. And finally, our pro bono legal counsel, Ryan Lederman, will rebut and then make a close. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you, Jeff. Thank you, council members. The proposed project is a 7-story, 89-unit, 100% affordable housing project sited in an area characterized by other multifamily developments. Our early work on the project focused on reducing the overall height and massing of the project to below what is allowable, to find a balance between the need for affordable housing and the surrounding context. And by removing height, removing a partial floor, setting portions of the building back, and carving away from the facade, this building finds that balance with a smaller envelope. The result is a building that provides much needed affordable housing for West Hollywood and fits within its evolving context, a bridge between what exists and the housing needs of the city. The design language of the alternating inset balconies and large cutouts breaks up the massing, lowers the height, provides natural lighting and ventilation, and creates a sense of depth and texture. The materials are also unique for multifamily housing, with profiled metal panels and composite wood material providing additional depth and texture on the facade. The ground floor contains the lobby, residential units, amenities, outdoor space, and generous landscaping. And the units are organized around the central courtyard, which extends to Weatherly Drive to open the space and increase the usable area, light, and ventilation. The project prioritizes open space and landscaping at various levels and scales throughout the building, including level 7, which is a partial floor below the maximum allowable height, set back from the building edge, and comprised mostly of smaller, diverse outdoor spaces. Overall, this project addresses the urgent need for affordable housing with a unique design that also addresses its context and emphasizes depth, texture, natural lighting, ventilation, amenities, outdoor space, and landscaping. And for context, I'll show this slide too, which presents some of the constraints on the site. The triangular red portion in the upper left, the northwest, that's the seismic setback, which eliminates about 285 square feet from the site. And the bar along the west is the permanent easement, which eliminates about 960 square feet from the site, just to, for some context.
Thanks, Michael. Good evening, Honorable Mayor, Vice Mayor, Council members. I'm Jesse Slansky. I'm the President and CEO of West Hollywood Community Housing Corporation. You know, we're a mission-driven, community-based nonprofit organization. We were founded by the inaugural City Council, and one of their first actions after West Hollywood became an independent city almost 40 years ago. And we've been building affordable housing and providing supportive services right here in West Hollywood ever since. Over the years, we've grown. But do you know our most recent project in Koreatown set a new record for us? We received over 10,000 applications. Our housing was oversubscribed 500 to 1. The need for high-quality, affordable housing is greater than ever. When some of our Weatherly neighbors moved to this area, they had paid a fraction of what these units are going for now. Most will readily concede they wouldn't be able to afford their homes today. I don't think the requirement for living in this neighborhood should be that you moved in 30 years ago. West Hollywood has always been a beacon of hope. We're working hard to make sure it will continue to be now and in the future. It's very hard for our residents to come and be the targets of vitriol and fear-mongering. But at the Planning Commission, you heard very bravely from Angelo, Gregor, and Sage about how life-changing affordable housing can be. They've made themselves vulnerable and shared their stories because they know how urgent the need is and how many people are so desperate for the chance at a better life. Even our detractors know how impactful affordable housing can be. At the Planning Commission, Matthew Sam, who was opposed to the project, said, "I benefited from a similar project 25 years ago in Brooklyn. It might be hard to believe, but I was lucky enough to secure a spot as a broke college student in Brooklyn new development, in a new development. That helped change the course of my life." This conversation is not about land use or design or traffic. It's about people. Please, most of us did not have the good fortune to move here 30 years ago. Aren't our doors still open? Thank you very much. I urge you to deny the transaction.
Before we go to public comment, I'm going to ask if my colleagues have questions for the appellant, and then if we have none, we'll ask questions for the applicant, and then we'll go to public comment. Sound good? So does anyone up here have questions for the appellant?
Questions for the appellant?
Appellant. Yeah, the appellant.
I just had one question.
Sure. So Arthur, Martha, and oh my God, I just forgot your name.
Joe.
Joe, sorry. If you want to come back up, Councilmember Meister.
So my only question is, in the letter that you sent this morning, you talked about geocon. Can you elaborate on that a little bit?
Well, the actual letter went on to explain a lot of things that went above my head, trying to come up with, against 1,100 pages and reading everything else while continuing to work. It's a major task. So we got the best information that we could, and the geocon was not the ones that were actually signatory, which happened to have to be part of the requirements.
So was geocon in any of the attachments of a planning commission or our packet? Because I didn't see it.
No, geocon reports were reviewed by our expert consultants who signed off on that. That's our standard practice. Tetra Tech is the company that we generally use. They review all of the very technical background data that comes from the consultant that the applicant works with, and then gives us sort of a
summary,
thank you, and signs off on the approach and the conclusions that the geotech consultant did. However, we do have the reports in the record, and we provided, since it came up late in the day today, we provided a sheet with a QR code and a link. It's also available to the public where those reports can be accessed.
Great. That's what I was going to ask you. Thank you.
Great.
Thank you. Do any other colleagues have questions for the appellant? Thank you so much, and we'll call you back up after public comment for a rebuttal. I would invite my colleagues if there are questions now for the applicant. Councilmember Hellman, no? Yep. Vice Mayor Byers? Councilmember Shine? Councilmember Meister. Wonderful.
I have the whole mishpacha here. Okay, so my first couple of questions are for the architect, and that is, I know that taller buildings are more costly to build, and when they're over a certain height because of the framing and other structural requirements, I don't know exactly what that level is for this particular project, but I do find it odd that the 7th floor only has the 1 unit and the laundry and the offices, and I was just wondering how much it's going to cost just to build the 7th floor for those structures.
Right, so I can't say how much it's going to cost exactly at this point for the 7th floor, but the idea there was that we were reducing the height of the south side of the building, so keeping that upper level to a half a story, basically to reduce the overall height of the building and step it down as the slope of the site steps down as well. So it was more of a question of how can we respond to the existing conditions and how can we respond to the context.
Is there a reason that you put those structures on the now I have to, the north side, north kind of westerly side, as opposed to the south side, the southwesterly side, where it would have been maybe less impactful on the two buildings that have residents in them.
Yeah, so that, most of that level is also set back from the north side as well. We placed the program there because that side is going to be less activated. So it's not going to be a gathering space for residents, but we put the enclosed space on that side, set back from the edge. So you still had some relief from the overall height and massing, but the outdoor spaces were then concentrated away from the multifamily project to the north.
So do you think that those structures being set back are going to cause shade and shadow on the building to the north? Because you didn't do a shade shadow study, but I assume you look at those things when you're in your architect table.
Yeah, I can't say exactly what the 7th floor will do because it is set back. At certain times of year, it won't have an effect on the adjacent building. Certain times of year, during the winter time, it may have an effect. The building will provide a shadow. It is a 7-story building, 6 stories in some areas, 7 stories in some areas, so it will have shadow. I can't say exactly what the shadow of the 7th floor will be.
Okay, and then will you be dewatering? Will there be dewatering of the subterranean garage?
In the geotech report, the initial study, they did encounter water at 27 feet. The excavation goes just below that. So the recommendation in the report was if water is found during construction, to do temporary dewatering.
And so it wouldn't be for the life of the project, just during construction?
No, the recommendation was for temporary dewatering.
Okay, and then what kind of mechanical noise will be coming from the laundry room? Will it emit more noise being on the roof versus if it were in the common area on the second, I guess it's the 2nd floor?
I don't think it will emit more noise. It's going to be an enclosed space. It depends on the machines that are in there. I think the idea is to have sort of quieter machines anyway, but I don't think it will produce more noise being on the 7th floor than on the 2nd floor.
Okay, and why did you choose to put the dog run adjacent to the residence on the north versus on the south side of the project where it might have less impact?
The south side of the project also serves as an egress pathway for the building, so we can't have any kind of permanent benches or furniture or activity there where the egress path is. The north side does not have an egress path, so that's where we place the dog run.
Okay, and what about the east side of the project, although the residents are fairly close there as well at the building?
Yeah, so the east side does have private outdoor spaces for the units that are on the ground floor. So we didn't place the dog run.
I'm sorry, can you say that again?
On the east side, the residential units that are on the ground floor have private outdoor spaces on the east side of the building.
Okay, but don't you think it's possible that the residents on the north of, in the other building on the north of you also have windows and terraces and things on that side of the building that are going to be facing the dog run?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, there are balconies on that side of the building.
Okay, well, that's something I think you should really reconsider, maybe.
Just to clarify, it was a spatial concern because those private spaces are on the ground floor, so there just wasn't space for the dog run. But there are also balconies on the proposed project on the north side as well.
Okay. So these are questions probably for Jesse or maybe Ryan. This is a $64 million project, is that right? I mean, those were the numbers that I got when I asked if they could ask you about the financing. And I'm just curious because in the loan agreement with the city, at that time, it was closer to 48 or $48 million. So I guess I kind of want to understand how it went from $48 million to $64 million.
Those numbers were more than 2 years old, so there's been cost escalation since then. But I don't believe our original proposal contemplated 3 levels of subterranean parking. which are significantly more expensive than not having parking. To answer your previous question, though, about the laundry room, if I may, Councilmember, that's the same configuration that we have at Blue Hibiscus. We have the community room and the laundry room on the roof deck, and in our experience, we haven't had any issues with either the residents or our neighbors complaining about the use in that configuration. It's been very successful, which is why we wanted to replicate it here.
Okay, thank you for that. Are you still waiting to hear from funding sources for the project?
We are still waiting to hear. We applied for close to $21 million in state funding, $4 million of which was awarded, $17 million is pending, and we're very competitive for that funding, and we are quite cautiously optimistic, but it has not yet been committed.
So do you have to reapply for certain funding if you didn't receive it? When you applied, I assume you applied before?
Yes, that we applied last year for this funding, and the governor will be making the announcements very soon.
Is it the size of the project affect the, I mean, I know it makes the project more expensive. Does it affect the funding potential?
Yes, the bigger the project, the more competitive it is for public funding for a number of reasons. Number one, the state is prioritizing affordable housing as evidenced by the state density bonus. So they are trying to promote projects that can make an impact. And then within a project, the state funding sources are generally allocated on a per unit basis, meaning there's a certain threshold, you know, 250,000 or 300,000 per unit that they will fund. So the bigger the project, the more funding that could potentially be available to the project.
Okay, and then if you cannot, I mean, I think you wrote in a letter that you are planning to get this funding within the next year or two. Is that right? I mean, you're hoping to get the funding within the next...
You can self-score your application, and we feel...
Can you talk into the mic?
Sorry, I thought I was.
You speak lightly.
I'm a low talker.
A low talker.
I'm a low talker. I mean, I get superstitious, so I don't want to jinx anything, but we believe this project is incredibly competitive for state funding, and we do, without jinxing anything, expect to be funded very soon. And then we can begin construction as soon as the end of the year.
Okay, and if it doesn't get funded, would you consider a smaller project? Would you consider a smaller project?
We would have to run the numbers. I mean, there's a lot of variables at play.
Okay, and what percentage of the units do you anticipate will actually be available to West Hollywood residents?
Well, interestingly, we talked about the different ways the units are leased up. We typically use a lottery process because the demand is so overwhelming. What we have not historically done is institute preferences in the lottery. However, as long as you comply with fair housing law, you can. So if that's a priority of the city council, we can certainly institute a preference for people who live and or work in the city of West Hollywood.
Okay.
So they would float up in the lottery. Oh, and then if I may, Councilmember, your question about the 2 church units, that's replacement housing. Those 2 individuals currently live on the site. It's the pastor and the groundskeeper. So we're merely providing replacement housing for 2 individuals who live there now.
Okay. Is one of their places over 1,600 square feet?
I don't actually know the size of the
Because that's how much,
yes.
that's how big the unit is for one of the 2 church employees.
That's the parsonage. It's a pastor, his wife, and their children.
Okay. Are there different prices for the 250 square foot micro units versus the larger studio apartments?
There is so the rents are set based on the AMI level and the unit size. So, and this is all dictated by HUD every year. So a very low income studio is one price. It's very low, extremely low, very low, moderate, and the prices are set for studios, 1 bedrooms, 2 bedrooms, all the way up. But there's not usually a difference within unit types. If I'm understanding your question correctly, if there is a 250-foot studio and a 350 square foot studio, they are generally, if it's the same income level, it's generally the same rent.
So that, and is that what you're planning, to have the same rent for?
I don't have the unit mix in front of me, but we can get that information to you.
Okay, great. And then, was there any kind of restriction placed on this property that requires the 2 units be designated for the church? And also that the 2 units be a minimum square footage, whatever that square footage is?
Yes.
So there's there is a restriction?
Yes.
Okay, and that's your agreement with the church, is that
Yes.
right? Okay. Are the 2 houses still occupied, and will you allow those people to remain in place until you have 100% of the funding?
Yes.
And where are they being relocated when you're doing construction?
They will be subject to the same relocation. We have a relocation plan and a relocation consultant, and they will be given relocation compensation and assistance finding housing, and then they'll come back when the building is done. I don't know specifically where they would be moving to.
Okay. And then just my last question, I just can't get over the roof part. To me, it's like 1 unit is having the 1 unit and then the offices and the laundry room. It seems to me that you could possibly decrease a floor, the project by a floor, by relocating those somewhere within the 6 stories that you have of the building, without losing a lot of units, where maybe you lose 2 or 3 units. Have you considered that at all?
You're talking about just the half a floor on the 7th floor, the manager's
Right.
unit, the laundry.
Right.
The answer.
Because then the rooftop could be used as green space.
Yes.
Which you've had to decrease that by 26%, right? The common space.
Yes.
The open space.
We'd have to study it with the architect. I think we would definitely lose amenity space, square footage. So we may have to lose amenities, like there's a fitness room on the ground floor. In theory, there's no requirement for a fitness room. It's a wonderful amenities. Our residents really like it. I mean, in theory, yes, we could remove the fitness room and move the laundry room downstairs, but sorry.
Hi, Councilmember Meister. Thank you so much. Ryan Lederman for the record. The loss of the rooftop space would result in a loss of dwelling units, and that would not be in accord with state density bonus law with respect to the loss of dwelling units. So yes, maybe potentially feasible in theory, but what that would do is that would cost several dwelling units to accommodate the manager's unit or the unit that's up on the rooftop, as well as the laundry space. So that would have a material impact. And it wouldn't just be a matter of losing the dwelling units, but that could potentially jeopardize funding as well. That's projected based upon the number of units proposed.
Okay. I guess my question was, how many units do you think you would actually lose with that, knowing that the contract that you have with the city, we gave you a very large range of 65 units to 90 units, because we wanted to make sure that you had that flexibility to be able to create the best project that it could possibly be and be sensitive to the neighbors. Thank you.
Any other questions? Thank you so much. We are going to now move on to public comment. Before I do that, I have 2 questions. Madam City Clerk, how many public commenters do we have tonight, both in chambers and on Zoom?
I have 32 in chambers.
I currently have 15 in Zoom, Mayor.
Thank you. So that's about 47 people. So it's about 2 hours.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. So my next question from my colleagues is, we normally give 2 minutes each. I want this to be a group decision. Do we want to make it a minute and a half? Stick with 2. I want to just take the gauge of everyone before we go to that. No, we don't have a preference?
I think 90 seconds is reasonable, given the amount of folks, and then enough to give them time to, also.
Are we okay with that?
Public comment.
I'm fine with that, but I think we should also encourage people, if their comments have already been made, they can just say, I agree with the previous speaker, or I agree, or I support, or I oppose. That, I think.
Yep.
That would
You took
help.
the words right out of my mouth. And my last question for my colleagues is before it is 8:13, seeing that we have about an hour and a half now, maybe hour and 15 ahead of us, would we like to take a break now and come back, or would we like to start it and then take a break and go into everything else?
Well, we're not going to be able to go through the entire
Yes.
and take and not have a break. So we should take a break, or plan
Yes.
to have a break at 8:40 or something.
We're going to take a break now then, and then come back and tackle all the public comments. So we're going to come back at 8:30. Thank you.
Okay.
So, and do not speak to anyone. The public hearing is still open. Lauren, Langer, do you want to
very much.
admonish?
Yeah.
We can't speak to anyone, and please do not approach us and talk to us.
And
Thank you
don't
so
speak
much.
to each other.
And don't speak to each other. That's it. Nothing. Thank you. We'll be back at 8:30. Back. We're going to go ahead and get started with the public comment of the night. All right, we're going to go to Zoom first. We have about 16 public commenters in Zoom.
Yes, and Janet's here. We'll do the switching.
Great.
Okay.
Thank you so much, Janet.
Thank you, Mayor. Our first speaker on Zoom this evening is Danielle Wilson, to be followed by Cheryl Roddy. Danielle, you'll have 90 seconds. Please press *6 to unmute.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor Harrison and council members. My name is Danielle Wilson, and I'm a West Hollywood resident and an organizer with Unite Your Local 11. Tonight, we urge you to reject the appeal and approve the project before you. Every day, I am grateful to live in a rent-controlled apartment in this incredible community. But even my reality, living in a very old building that is in constant disrepair, is becoming impossible for so many people across the county. More and more people are traveling from the furthest edges of the region into our city to cook food, serve drinks, and clean rooms in our restaurants and hotels. This is an untenable situation that we must confront by raising wages and building affordable housing. Opportunities to approve projects like the one that is before you are all too rare. The evidence of this is all around us, from unhoused folks living on the streets, to students living in overcrowded housing, to people working full-time living in their cars, and young families dreaming of the opportunity to own a home. This project is a drop in the bucket, sure, but at the same time, it will be 89 opportunities that don't currently exist for more people to be part of our community. Leaders on this dais and beyond have spent decades to make our city an example of inclusivity, and we should do everything we can to open the gates, not shut them. I urge you to reject this appeal and approve this project without further delay. Thank you.
Thank you, Danielle. Our next speaker is Cheryl Roddy, to be followed by Callie Rogers. Cheryl, you'll have 90 seconds. Please press *6 to unmute. Okay, I believe Cheryl may have dropped off.
She's right there.
Oh.
And while we love applause, you're happy to applaud, I don't care, but I'm just telling you, if you want to stay a little longer, it's fine by me, but every applause that you want to give adds another 5 seconds to another 10 seconds. It's all fine. We're here to do your business, but you know, there you go. Keep it going. Here we go.
Thank you. Cheryl, go ahead. Cheryl, we see you're unmuted. You can speak. Okay. Cheryl, if you can hear me, press *6 to unmute. Go ahead.
Trying again. I'm asking for a yes vote that we grant the appeal and continue review of this massive project. My primary questions are, one, how bad can a project be, still receive council approval? And two, why is the city funding this project? The Housing Corporation's position is that, one, they skipped an ADR, two, they built 3 stories higher than normal projects, 3, they steal sunlight and solar opportunities from adjacent HOAs, 4, it may skip setbacks and encroach on neighbors. The city staff concurs that state laws may give the Housing Corporation the ability to do these things. If the Housing Corporation may do as it pleases, though, why is the matter even on the council agenda? I return to the question, how bad can a project be and still receive council approval? When does the council say it was pushed too far and it needs to be sent back for further consideration? Now to the next question, why is the city funding this project? In a very upside-down world, a loan agreement was entered into in 2022, but the specifics of the project were not placed on your agenda until 2024. Who agrees to pay for something before you see what it is? The Housing Corporation may bully through their project, but why are the taxpayers of the city paying for the project? This very ill-suited project. It's bad for the neighborhood. It's bad for the future tenants who will be asked to live in these micro units.
Cheryl, thank you. Your time is up.
I
Cheryl, thank you so much. Your time is up. Thank you. Our next speaker is Callie Rogers. Callie, please press *6 to unmute. Callie, go ahead. Callie, please press *6 to unmute.
Kelly, go ahead. You will have 90 seconds to speak. Okay, we're going to move to the next speaker.
Our next speaker is Blanca Rizzo.
And I believe Blanca needs translation.
Buenas noches, honorable alcaldesa y miembros del consejo. Mi nombre es Blanca Rizzo con Water Power. Estoy aquí en el grupo 3A. Este proyecto es establecidamente lo que deberíamos construir en todo West Hollywood. Este proyecto no solo crea viviendas accesibles, sino la que mis compañeros de trabajo y yo podríamos vivir, sino que lo hacen cerca de una escuela, cerca de muchos empleos y nuestros lugares de trabajo, cerca de espacios verdes y cerca del transporte público. La verdad, justicia ambiental no es obligar a los trabajadores a viajar varias horas al día para trabajar en nuestra ciudad. Yo, gracias a Dios, tengo un familiar que vive aquí en Los Ángeles y tiene propiedad. Si no fuera por su apoyo, yo no podría pagar una vivienda yo sola. Por favor, apoye este proyecto. Gracias por su tiempo.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and members of the City Council. My name is Blanca Rizzo, and I'm with Worker Power California. I'm here on item 3A. This project is exactly what we should be building across West Hollywood. Not only does this project create affordable housing that my coworkers and I could potentially live in, but it does so near a school, near many jobs and our workplaces, near green space and near transit. Real environmental justice is not forcing workers to commute multiple hours a day to work in our city. Thankfully, I have a family member here in Los Angeles who owns a home, but if it weren't for their support, I could not afford to pay for housing on my own. Please support this project. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Santos Esperanza Valladares. Santos, please press *6 to unmute.
Hola, muy buenas noches, honorable alcaldesa y miembros del consejo. Mi nombre es Esperanza Vázquez de Worker Power. Estoy aquí en el punto 3A. Este proyecto es exactamente lo que deberíamos construir en todo West Hollywood. Este proyecto no solo crea viviendas accesibles en las que mis compañeros de trabajo y yo podríamos vivir, sino que lo hace cerca de una escuela, cerca de muchos empleos y nuestros lugares de trabajo, cerca de espacios verdes y cerca del transporte público. La verdadera justicia ambiental no es obligar a los trabajadores a viajar varias horas al día para trabajar en nuestra ciudad. Por favor, apoye este proyecto. Yo con mi salario que agarro no puedo pagar mi renta. Tengo que compartirla con mis familiares para poder pagarla. Gracias por su tiempo.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and members of the Council. My name is Esperanza Vázquez, and I'm here with Worker Power California. I too am here on item 3A, and I too believe this project is exactly what we should be building. Once again, not only does this project create affordable housing that my coworkers and I could potentially live in, but it does so near all accessible areas. Real environmental justice is not forcing workers to commute multiple hours to go to work in our city. Personally, with my salary that I receive, I cannot afford to pay for my home. I must share with my family to make the rent. Please support this project. Thank you for your time.
Our next speaker is Edith Navarez. Please press *6 to unmute. Edith está enseguida. Por favor, oprima estrella 6.
Buenas noches, honorable alcalde y miembros del consejo. Mi nombre es Edith Narváez, estoy con Walker Power. Estamos en una crisis de vivienda. Cada año más y más personas luchan por quedarse en casa. Me pongo en los zapatos de esas personas que no tienen la oportunidad de vivir en un lugar digno y poder pagar una renta a bajo costo para tener un poco de dinero en la bolsa para sobrevivir. Este es un problema multifacético, pero es evidente que necesitamos construir más viviendas y brindar oportunidades a la gente para vivir en buen cálido. Creo que está mal que otros que viven en una comunidad con tantos recursos cierren esta oportunidad a otros. Por favor, rechace esta apelación y apoye este proyecto. Gracias por su tiempo.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and members of the Council. My name is Edith Narvaez. We are in a housing crisis. Every year, more and more people are struggling to stay housed. I put myself in the shoes of those who do not have the opportunity to live in dignified housing and that can't pay for an apartment that is affordable so that they can have a little bit more money left over to survive. It is a multifaceted problem, but it is evident that we need to build more housing and give opportunities for people to live in West Hollywood. I think it is wrong that others who live in such a well-resourced community would close that opportunity off for others. Please reject this appeal and support this project. Thank you for your time.
Our next speaker is Robert Cole. Robert, you'll have 90 seconds. Please press *6 to unmute. Robert, go ahead. Robert, you can begin. Robert. Okay, we'll move on to our next speaker, Karen Amaya. Please press *6. Karen, ¿puede proceder? Karen? Okay, our next speaker then is Quillo Ordonez.
Buenas noches, honorable alcalde y miembro del consejo. Mi nombre es Key Ordóñez. Estoy aquí en el punto 3A. He tenido dificultades para costear una vivienda cerca de West Hollywood. La vivienda es muy cara. En lo personal, pago $2,400 de renta mensual. En perspectiva, no se puede vivir dignamente porque el dinero no se ajusta. Es por ello que es importante el punto 3A para la construcción de viviendas accesibles para los habitantes de Los Ángeles y sus alrededores. Esto también facilitará la vida, ya que no se viajará tanto tiempo para llegar a los lugares de trabajo. La vivienda para nosotros es una cuestión de supervivencia. Necesitamos estas 89 unidades de vivienda accesibles ahora. Por favor, rechace esta apelación y apoye este proyecto. Gracias por su tiempo.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and members of the Council. My name is Cayo Ordóñez. I'm here on item 3A. I have struggled to afford housing near West Hollywood. Housing is too expensive. Personally, I pay $2,400 in rent a month. You can't live with dignity because we don't have enough money. That's why item 3A is so important. We need to build affordable housing for all residents in Los Angeles and surrounding cities. This will facilitate people's lives so that they don't spend so much time traveling to their jobs. Housing for us is a matter of survival. We need these 89 units of affordable housing now. Please reject this appeal and support this project. Thank you for your time.
Our next speaker is Jonathan Flores. Please press *6 to unmute.
It is incredibly difficult to survive in Los Angeles, as being born and raised in Los Angeles. Continuing to live here, housing has become incredibly unaffordable for people like me. I can struggle to find the apartments. Actually, struggle to find an apartment that I'm currently in, and I'm currently splitting the rent with my partner. Currently a little behind on my rent and afraid of losing my apartment. There is a lot of housing built near me, but it is all luxury apartments, hotels, and condominiums. This council must take the housing crisis seriously and take advantage of appropriate opportunities to build 100% affordable housing. People are struggling of all classes, and they don't have the privilege to say no to housing opportunities. We urgently need this project unit to come online. Please reject the appeal and support this project. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Jacqueline Fuentes. Jacqueline, please press *6 to unmute.
Muy buenas noches, honorable alcalde, miembros del consejo. Mi nombre es Jacqueline Fuentes. Yo trabajo como recamarera en el W Hollywood. Estoy aquí en el punto 3. He tenido dificultades para costear una vivienda cerca de West Hollywood, pues yo no puedo pagar un alquiler en Los Ángeles. Por ello me toca viajar 66 millas diarias. Vivo en Little Rock para poder llegar a mi trabajo, pues mi salario no me permite vivir en Los Ángeles. Si pago renta, me quedo sin dinero para comprar comida. El 80% de mi sueldo es para pagar entre renta y biles. La vivienda para nosotros es una cuestión de sobrevivir. Necesitamos estas 89 unidades accesibles. Ahora, por favor, rechace esta apelación y apoye este proyecto. Gracias por su tiempo.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and members of the council. My name is Jacqueline Fuentes, and I have worked as a housekeeper at the W Hollywood. I'm here on item 3A. I have struggled to afford housing near West Hollywood. I cannot afford to pay rent here in Los Angeles. I live in Little Rock. I must travel 66 miles to arrive at my job. The salaries don't permit me to live closer. If I pay rent, I would be left without income to buy food. 80% of my salary is to pay rent and bills. Housing for us is a matter of survival. We need these 89 units of affordable housing now. Please reject this appeal and support this project. Thank you for your time.
Our next speaker is Erika Ventura. Please press *6 to unmute.
Buenas tardes, honorable alcalde y miembros del consejo. Mi nombre es Erika Ventura, estoy aquí en el punto 3A. He tenido dificultades para costear mi vivienda cerca de West Hollywood. Yo trabajo como recamarera en el Hotel W Hollywood por 6 años y porque no puedo pagar una vivienda digna cerca de donde yo trabajo. La vivienda para nosotros es una cuestión de supervivencia. Necesitamos estas 89 unidades de viviendas accesibles ahora. Por favor, rechace esta apelación y apoye este proyecto. Gracias por su tiempo.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and members of the council. My name is Erica Ventura, and I have worked as a housekeeper at the W Hollywood as well for the last 6 years. I'm also here on item 3A, and I have also struggled to afford housing near West Hollywood. I too live in Little Rock near Palmdale. I can't afford to live closer to my job, and we need to support these 89 units today. Once again, housing is also a matter of survival. We need these 89 units of affordable housing now. Please reject this appeal and support this project. Thank you for your time.
Our next speaker is Veronica Coronel. Please press *6 to unmute.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and members of the council. My name is Veronica Coronel, and we are in housing crisis. Every year, more and more people are struggling to stay healthy. I am lucky to have an affordable home, but I am afraid of losing my housing. I struggled for 5 months to find this place, and I live with my daughter, who is expecting a baby.
build more housing and give opportunities for people who live in West Hollywood. I think it's wrong that others who live in such a wealthy community will close the opportunity offered for others. Please reject this appeal and support this project. Thank you for your time.
Our next speaker is Casey Gallagher. Casey, please press *6 to unmute.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and members of the Council. My name is Casey Gallagher. In 2022, the official Los Angeles Homeless Services Authority homeless count for West Hollywood was 40, which is significantly down from 112 in 2020. Even though the county as a whole and WeHo's region, which also includes the city of LA, saw a 4% increase within the same time frame. West Hollywood has taken the issue of homelessness seriously and has always been a safe place for queer Angelinos such as myself in a country increasingly hostile to us. However, to continue reducing or even sustaining our comparatively lower unhoused population, and to provide housing for the working class LGBTQ folks who make your city so colorful, we need to continue leading on solutions which includes building more affordable housing. More housing, especially units for those that are very low income and low income, gives opportunities for people who have a stable place to live and helps counteract the growing rates of homelessness in the wider community and the queer community in particular. Please reject this appeal and support this project. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Tina Melendez. Please press *6 to unmute.
Good evening. My name is Tina Melendez. I'm here on item 3A. I'm lucky that my parents were able to buy their home, but it also means that I have been unable to move out of my home because rent's so unaffordable. I could only dream of living in West Hollywood. I'm a mom and I would love to have our own personal space for us to enjoy and be able to bring friends over and build memories. Housing for me and my son is a matter of survival. We need these 89 units of affordable housing now. Please reject this appeal and support this project. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Tina. Mayor, those are all the speakers I had. Would you like me to go back to the 3 that were muted?
Yes, please.
Okay. Our next speaker then is Callie. Callie, if you can hear me, please press *6 to unmute.
Can you hear me this time?
Yes, go ahead. Thank you.
Yes, okay. Hello, Mayor Erickson, City Council. My name is Callie Rogers, and I am a 9-year resident of West Hollywood. I'm speaking tonight to urge council to deny this appeal. As previously stated, we are in a housing crisis. While this project is definitely going to bring some inconveniences to some, it will be life-changing for others. WeHo is a dense urban area, and therefore big development should be expected, if not welcome. I'm currently raising a toddler in the city, and while she very might decide that she doesn't want to live in the same city as her mama when she's older, I'd like for that to be a choice for her, and at this rate, it won't be a choice. She will be forced out due to affordability. I sincerely hope that we as a city can welcome our new neighbors at our grocery stores, public parks, at our local library, and other fun events that the city has to offer. And thank you so much for coming back to me. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Our next speaker, Robert Cole. Robert, please press *6 to unmute. Robert, if you can hear me, please press *6 to unmute.
Hello.
Hello, go ahead.
Hello. Good evening, Mayor and members of Council. My name is Robert Cole. I'm here on item 3A. The state has told West Hollywood it needs to build thousands of housing units by 2029, including more than 1,700 for persons who are very low income or low income. We need to act urgently to build more affordable housing. So many new apartments are completely out of reach for me. And this project will build 89, 100% affordable housing units that could house workers like me and my family. I ask the council to reject the appeal and support this project. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. And our last speaker, Karen Amaya, please press *6 to unmute.
Honorable alcalde y miembros del consejo, mi nombre es Karen Amaya y estoy con Work and Power. Yo comparto mi realidad y es que no puedo, tengo que pagar renta con otras personas porque no me es posible pagar un monto tan alto de renta. Y eso me entristece porque no puedo tener una vida tranquila y privada por falta de recursos para la renta. Este es un problema multifacético, pero es evidente que necesitamos construir más viviendas y brindar más oportunidades a la gente para vivir en West Hollywood. Creo que está mal que otros que viven en una comunidad con tantos recursos cierren esa oportunidad a otros. Por favor, rechace esta apelación y apoye este proyecto. Gracias por su tiempo. Bendiciones.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and members of the council. My name is Karen Amaya, and I'm with Worker Power California. We're in a housing crisis. Every year, more and more people are struggling to stay housed. I split my rent with other people because otherwise it would be impossible for me to pay such a high cost of rent, and I lose on my independence. This is a multifaceted problem, but it is evident that we need to build more housing and give opportunities for people to live in West Hollywood. I think it's wrong that others who live in such a well-resourced community would close that opportunity for others. Please reject this appeal and support this project. Thank you for your time and blessings.
Thank you. Is that all of the speakers on Zoom?
Correct, Mayor.
Wonderful.
Thank you.
And thank you, Stephanie, for providing quick translation services. We're going to now move into in-chambers comments, and our first person is Gladys Avila, to be followed by David Stuckey.
Hi, I'll be speaking on Gladys's behalf. She had to go back home to Victorville, but she wrote a statement for me to share. So, good evening, Honorable Mayor and Council members. My name is Gladys Avila, and I've worked at the W Hollywood as a housekeeper for 11 years now. I'm here to speak on item 3A. Unfortunately, I had to move my family from Los Angeles to Victorville because I couldn't pay rent here anymore and couldn't even consider the possibility of buying a house. Every day I drive up to 4 hours from LA to Victorville, and I'm not the only one. There are many other workers who also need to drive long distances to make it to work. I've already been displaced, but we can prevent that my colleagues who are under threat of displacement with the cost of living here and give them the opportunity to move as well. The housing crisis demands that we act urgently when it comes to building affordable housing. Please support this project. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. David Stuckey, to be followed by Samantha Gazda.
Good evening. My name is David Stuckey, and I'm a crystal meth addict. Wrong meeting. I am also a front desk agent at the One Hotel in West Hollywood. I've been there for 2 years. I also live in West Hollywood, and I mentioned that I'm a crystal meth addict because I came here to West Hollywood to recover and take back my life. I have been living in West Hollywood for 2 years now, only by the grace of a sober living. I would never be able to afford an apartment on the wages that I make, and I make a great deal thanks to the minimum wage laws here in West Hollywood and my union behind me, standing up for workers' rights to work and to live in the city at the same time. I'm not going to take up any more time. I just want to say I think you should reject this appeal.
Thank you so much, David. Samantha Gazda, to be followed by Larissa Lavosky for Arena PAC.
Good evening. I'll keep this quick. I'm Samantha Gazda. I'm a junior at UCLA. I'm an intern with Unite Here Local 11. I'm deeply passionate about affordable housing, and I'm going to talk on 3A. So this project offers 89 units of 100% affordable housing, which is not just necessary, it's urgent. Affordable housing is a cornerstone of vibrant, sustainable communities, enabling everyone from workers to students like me to live near where they study, work, and contribute their labor. By supporting this project, the council is affirming West Hollywood's commitment to being an inclusive and forward-thinking city. Our city needs to continue playing a role in addressing the housing crisis, and we must build affordable housing. I urge you to reject the appeal and approve this project. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Samantha. Larissa Lavosky for Arena PAC, to be followed by Bobby Edrick. Seeing that they're not here, we'll hold up to the end just in case. So we're going to have Bobby Edrick to be followed by Rebecca Novaldi.
Good evening, Bobby Edrick, a resident of the Norma Triangle for 46 years, and before most of you were born. And I remembered when City Council members worked on behalf of the neighborhood residents. We are not against affordable housing, but this project is way out of scale for this infill street and neighborhood. We should not provide city funds and/or loan to a project that does not take into consideration the reasonable neighborhood request to scale the project down to fit better within the neighborhood. Thank you.
Here we go. Sorry about that. Thank you, Bobby. Rebecca, to be followed by Noah Schneiderman. I hope I got that right.
Hi, Mayor and council members. I want to be clear. Our neighborhood is for affordable housing, period. That is not the issue here. What we are against is complete reckless development that does not follow CEQA, does not take into consideration the enormous size and scale of this project on a small lot in an infill street that dead ends, that does not care about those who actually live within 500 feet of this project, and it's on an earthquake fault line that has not had a proper EIR. Those are the facts. No meaningful changes have been made based on the community feedback. Instead, the developer has bad-mouthed neighborhood leaders and residents, showed deceptive drawings and renderings at community meetings that were not to scale, did not clearly show how small the setbacks really are with balconies overhanging within the setback area, complete disregard for the historical church and what it means to our neighborhood without providing the much needed breathing room which the Historic Preservation Council had stated unanimously. The idea because they can doesn't mean they should, which also goes for council members and city planning. It is clear that WHCHC refuses to change the height and number of units because of state funding that they've just told us. The city shouldn't fund this project as it is. There are many great projects and developers who want to work with neighborhood residents. You should fund those. This could have been a win-win for all of us.
Thank you so much, Rebecca. Noah Schneiderman, to be followed by Daisy Torme.
Good evening, honorable mayor and council members. This is my first public comment, so I'm very excited.
Welcome.
I love all the attention. Thank you so much. This is exciting for me. So my name is Noah Schneiderman. I'm a senior at UCLA, currently interning with Unite Here Local 11. I am here on item 3A. I urge you to support the passage of the proposed 89-unit affordable housing project in our community. Los Angeles is in the grips of a housing crisis, with skyrocketing rents, pushing families, students, and seniors to the brink. This project could help students like me afford to live in Los Angeles and contribute to our community after we graduate. I, like many other students, would like to continue staying on the west side, but we'd be unable to live anywhere near here after graduating because of the high cost of living. Access to affordable housing should be a right, and by passing this project, this council can make progress towards ensuring West Hollywood remains accessible to people of all walks of life and identities. I urge you to please support this project and reject the appeal. Thank you.
I see more public comments in your future, Noah. Daisy Torme, to be followed by Donna K. Stellini.
Good evening, everybody. Thanks for letting me talk real quick. I just want to talk very briefly about balance, because that's what makes life good, is if we create good balance. And just because I am not for this particular project as it is at the moment does not mean that I am against affordable housing. And I think that's where a lot of our frustration comes in. This was originally a parcel of land that was approved for 13 units. You are now saying, let's put 89 units on there. The math just doesn't work. And taking off a 7th story being undesirable simply because then you won't get the money grab is also insulting to the neighborhood. This is supposed to be something that goes hand in hand with the community. The community of the Norma Triangle does not feel listened to, does not feel like this has been put hand in hand with us. It will fundamentally change our community, which is stretched to capacity already. I agree that we need low-income housing. I support low-income housing. But this particular project, as it stands, needs more thought, needs more investigation, and I support the appeal. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Daisy. Donna Castellini, to be followed by Susan Rosenbluth.
Good evening. My name is Donna Castellini. I live in West Hollywood. I live right across the street from the project. And everything that Daisy said, I don't want to repeat. I strongly believe in that. I'm not opposed to any kind of assistant or, the living conditions of improving. I listened to these people talk this evening on the phone and about how exciting it would be for them to have a great place to live. And that is wonderful, but we're talking about 69, 68 units or 300 square feet, and 2 people can live in them. What happens when a baby comes along or something? It's just, it just doesn't make sense to me. And I'll end it by saying that the massive roof deck and the building balconies overlook directly on all the buildings. This lot was zoned for 16 units, and now 89 are here, and 60, the size of the scale of this building is like so large. And I hope that you listen to everybody, and I thank you for taking the time. I know how difficult this is to make a decision.
Thank you so much, Donna. Susan Rosenbluth, to be followed by Jane Elliott.
Thank you. Good evening. I urge you to support the appeal. I, like everyone in this room and on the phone, am a strong supporter of affordable housing. The developer and many in this room would have you believe that's what this meeting is about. Obviously, it is not. I am a 20-year resident of Norma Triangle. I live across the street from this proposed project. This room is full of people who will tell you how crucial affordable housing is. We all know that. But these are not people who actually live in the area where this building will change our lives in an unsafe and uncomfortable manner. We never ask that this building be rejected. We ask for modifications. I urge you to consider why over 1,000 of us have signed a petition that you've all received, asking for basic modifications, never asking you to disapprove. City Council told the Planning Commission they cannot reject this building. Perhaps, but we never asked for rejection of the building. We ask for modifications that are well within your purview to insist upon and enforce. The developers have been disingenuous from the get-go. It is an ill-conceived project for their own gain. We are not NIMBY. I wonder if they are.
Thank you so much, Susan. Janet Elliott, apologies, to be followed by David Nash. Seeing no Janet, we'll move on to David Nash, to be followed by Lee Walkup.
Good evening, David Nash. This spring I'll be 70 years old. My income is about as low gets. It's around $1,200. Affordable housing on my street for normal people, the lowest unit you can find, a studio apartment, is $2,500, twice my income. I honor all the Spanish people that have spoken up tonight, and I assume that everyone on the council will approve this project. If there are modifications that need to be addressed, if Lauren Meister has issues that need to be addressed, I urge you to address them, but approve it. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, David. Lee Walkup, to be followed by Monica Ayaniasa.
Mr. Mayor,
Members of council, my name is Lee Walkup. I'm a long-term resident of the city of West Hollywood. I am not in the 500-foot radius of this development, but I must advise against approval. I must advise against approval or override of this project. It will not be ready tomorrow. It will be 3 years. And it is improper for the neighborhood that is being considered. 89 units in 7 stories violates the concept of residential. If this unit or if this concept were, if this development were at the boulevard or close to Santa Monica Boulevard, it might make more sense. Second of all, the concept of the presumption that low-income people cannot or do not want a vehicle and don't have any place to park it makes no sense. These people will wish to have a vehicle, and you can't fit 89 units into 30-plus parking places. It doesn't work. Jean Dobrin would be spinning in her grave if she could hear this. 2 parking places per unit. Please, this has to be modified. There has to be some place more convenient to build this concept, and again, 4 stories is enough. Thank you.
Thank you, Lee. Monica Inessa, to be followed by Joel Reed. And apologies if I butchered your last name.
You did a pretty good job. Good evening, City Council members, and thank you for your collective leadership and service. My name is Monica Inessa, and I'm a WeHo resident. I live in a complex that borders the Weatherly Street, and I'm speaking today regarding this development and ask you all for a yes vote that would grant the appeal of the Planning Commission's approval of the 89-unit project at 910 Weatherly. Do I approve of low-income housing and feel it's needed in West Hollywood? Absolutely. Absolutely. Do I approve of the quality of life that this proposal offers to low-income families? Not at all. I am opposed to the construction of 300-foot rooms for people to live. We didn't see any interiors, but that this poor gentleman that's going to be our future public speaker will be moving from a dorm to a dorm. And is that appropriate for low-income people? Do not open the gates to people and then give them a closet to move in. Some of the hardworking people that I just heard speaking tonight, eloquently, by the way, would be cleaning hotel rooms that are larger than the units that this building is affording them. Can't we do better for them? Please think about that tonight. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Monica. Joel Reed, to be followed by Javier Malero.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I'm a resident of West Hollywood. First of all, affordable housing is necessary. I think we all agree with that, but not at the expense of the quality of the people living in the neighborhood currently, and as Monica just said, the people that will be occupying those 300-square-foot units. That's not a quality of life, and especially if they have a partner, a loved one, and a pet. You're going to have 2 people and a pet in a 300-square-foot room. I don't think that's the quality of life any of us would want to have. It's going to have a negative impact on traffic and parking. It's a 1-block street. Parking is a nightmare now, and it's going to add additional parking. There's a school on the next street over. Parents are coming to pick up their kids from school. It's a nightmare. And that's a safety issue as well. The size of the building is just too big for the footprint. We're not against the building. We're not against public affordable housing. It's the size and scope and something that's appropriate for the neighborhood that doesn't have a negative impact on the quality of life of both existing residents and those who would occupy the building. And I would like to speak to Lauren's question earlier about the light, the stained glass window in the church facing north. The issue is when you have a north-facing window, you're reliant on ambient light. And with a big building right next to that stained glass window in the church is going to have a negative impact on the ambient light. So anyway, please consider approving the appeal, and thank you again for your time.
Thank you so much, Joel. Javier Malero, to be followed by Carl Lott.
Hello. Hello, Mr. Mayor,
Ms. Vice Mayor and council members, thank you. My name is Javier Mulero, and oh, please, 100% affordable housing for this building. This is, I've said it before, I said it in November, this is a miracle for the city of West Hollywood because this doesn't happen often. It really doesn't. It's needed. It's been said before tonight, very eloquently. Please, I urge you to once again approve this project and to please deny this appeal. I think the positives of this building outweigh all of the negatives, that perceived negatives that anybody else might have. We need more housing in West Hollywood. We need more affordable housing. We should be much more concerned about that. We need this. Thank you.
Thank you, Javier. Carl Lott to be followed by Tom Knifsey. And I definitely butchered that one. And I'm looking right at you, Tom, I'm guessing, so apologies.
Good evening. I'm Carl Lott. I am the board chair of West Hollywood Community Housing Corporation, but I'm not here to speak on behalf of the corporation. I'm speaking as a resident of the city of West Hollywood. I've lived in the city since 1988. And the reason I came to the city was because it's a progressive city that's inclusive and welcoming and champions people who are not from privilege. And I love that about this city. 10 years ago, I joined the board of WHCHC for a very similar reason. I was looking around for an organization that was addressing the issue of housing insecurity in my own community. And WHCHC has done that so well throughout its history. I'm proud to be part of WHCHC, and I am speaking clearly to request that you deny this appeal. I think that what we need to do is maximize the number of affordable units that we can provide in our community, not minimize them, not look for the minimum that's going to fit here, but look for the maximum. That's what we really need to do. You've heard all the speakers about why there is such a need for affordable housing. I think it's clear. I think that we need to do what we can to provide the maximum number of units that we possibly can. And I urge you to deny this appeal.
Thank you so much, Carl. Tom, to be followed by Mark Yusupov. And just for the record, Carl, you were speaking as a resident of the city of West Hollywood. Thank you so much.
Good evening, Council. My name is Tom Knifsey. I am a nearby resident of West Hollywood as well on Hancock Ave. I also volunteer as a board member for WHCHC. I joined the board a few years ago because I was looking for ways to help our city and greater county through a housing crisis that so desperately needs more organizations like WHCHC to meet the needs of the community. Theirs is the model to replicate. Their buildings are an aesthetic add to the neighborhoods that they're a part of. You'd never walk by one and think of it as an affordable housing unit. The services they provide to their residents ensure they thrive in all ways, which really sets them apart as an affordable housing organization. And they are an incredibly well-managed nonprofit and have a proven track record of ensuring their buildings add to the health and well-being of the neighborhoods that they're a part of. Like I said, we need to encourage more development from WHCHC and organizations like it, and you have the chance to do that today. Having visited several WHCHC sites, I've seen firsthand the difference their developments and services make. 47 units for those making under 66K, 30 units for those living with a chronic illness. This is a drop in the bucket, but can you imagine denying any of those individuals this opportunity if they were here today? We really need more of these developments, not less, and I hope the council's actions tonight match that sentiment that I know we all share, which is not wanting to live in a community that people simply can't afford. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much, Tom. Mark Yusupov to be followed by Matt Payton.
Good evening, dear Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members. I think if we summarize all the commenters, basically there are two groups. One group is for the affordable housing, another group is for the affordable housing with modifications. So we don't have anyone against affordable housing, and I don't know why this debate became affordable housing versus anti-affordable. Maybe The developers' advisors feel that framing it this way as a battle between affordable housing proponents and pesky local residents was a winning tactic that makes the city planning commissioners, the city staff, more wary not to appear anti-affordable housing instead of giving this such complex project a thorough review. Perhaps that is why the planning commissioners who had valid concerns about the project design elements during the design review committee meeting kept saying that their hands were tied. Then they did not, and those concerns, they weren't taken into account. One example is a metal staircase in the courtyard. Also, during one of those meetings with the developer, I raised the concern that the height of this project would negatively affect our building, which is on the east, from getting the solar power, since our building is 3 stories lower. That concern was not addressed. In fact, we've never seen the east side view renderings of this project, regardless, multiple times asking for it. So I think this project needs modifications and definitely needs a thorough review. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mark. Matt Payton to be followed by David Ellard. Seeing no Matt, we are going to move on to David Ellard. Seeing no David, we're going to move on to Nick Perloff, to be followed by Andrew Solomon.
Good evening, Council. Hello. I am a member. I'm a resident of Los Angeles, but I abut West Hollywood. I'm a big fan of West Hollywood. I interned in the city management office. I'm here today to urge you to deny the appeal. I am someone who hopes to spend my adult life in Los Angeles. I face the affordability crisis that I think many young people here do. And I think this project, while it does not obviously include someone like me in the residency, I think it makes a great sort of step towards affordability in our neighborhoods. And I think I would urge you to think about the ideals of the city of West Hollywood as a progressive and inclusive city, and deny the appeal. So, thank you.
Thank you so much, Nick. Andrew Solomon to be followed by Parker Friedrich.
Hi, good evening. I live on Kings Road now, but before that, I lived at 9005 Cynthia Street, which is right next door to the site in question tonight. And I'm standing here tonight in front of former planning commissioners, experienced council members, housing professionals, and people who literally built the city. So I know that you all are very smart and that you know state housing law very well. So I'm saying this to you not to take you to task, more for maybe everyone else in the room to hear when I say that you don't really have any discretion tonight to make a decision on the appeal. Or as the staff report puts it, you have an extremely limited ability to deny or require changes to the project. By state law, this is essentially a by right building. The only thing that's in question that the Planning Commission heard was this 12-inch modification, something so small it's not even a variance, it's a modification. And the Planning Commission overwhelmingly supported the building. The vote was 5 planning commissioners in favor, 0 opposed, and one abstained. And tonight is not a design review hearing. Tonight is simply an appeal of that decision. Not only did the Planning Commission approve it, but 25 people got up at the Planning Commission meeting, a very boring meeting, and got up and spoke in favor of it. The community supports this building. The church next door supports this building. The Planning Commission supports this building. I hope that you will support this building and deny the appeal. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Andrew Solomon. Parker Friedrich to be followed by Lords Nolasco.
Hello, council members. Firstly, I'd like to commend Councilmember Meister on her theatrical flair when reciting a verbatim list of objections from the project's opponents. It made for an enlightening 90 minutes. That said, Los Angeles County has over 75,000 human beings living on its streets. I regularly work with these individuals and have met hundreds of men, women, and children struggling to survive who want nothing more than a chance. These endless efforts to stymie housing with bad faith arguments are widespread across Los Angeles and only serve to exacerbate this dire situation in which the unhoused population's mortality rate stands at quadruple that of housed individuals. Every city needs to do their part to help address this crisis. Please reject this appeal. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Parker. Lords Nolasco to be followed by Gregor Reddy. Seeing no Lords, Gregor Reddy? I'm sorry, what? Lords at Nolasco? Come on up.
Hi, good evening.
Stephanie, will you move the mic for her? Just down, thank you.
Okay. Good evening, mayors and members, council. My name is Lourdes. So I work for Hyatt Andaz, West Hollywood. You are welcome anytime you want to stay one night there. It's beautiful, beautiful. And as a room attendant, and I work in there for 14 years. And I'm here for the 3A. The council should reject the appeal and support for this project. Workers like me desesperadamente need the houses near our job. This project will be provide valuable, affordable housing units, waiting walking distance to the metro, 2, and the bus, and the other transit options. Working living there could be waiting walking distance of their job or public transit to their job. This 100% affordable housing project is the kind of project that we need more of. Please reject the appeal and approve this project. Thank you for your time, and nice to see you again.
Nice to see you as well. Thank you so much. Gregor Reddy to be followed by Felice Kaplan. I hope you're...
Hi there. Hello, hello. Good evening. I myself live in low-income housing, and today I spoke to the manager of our building that I'm coming here. He says, you know, please relate to the people that in our building we have over 60% of senior citizens. So we understand that a lot of people are very scared of low-income housing folks, and they see, you know, the fentanyl crisis, the homeless people and whatever. But we are very normal people, and there's nothing to fear. So every change causes some kind of a fear. So they will see that's really, there's pleasant surprise that will hit them. There's really nice people we have. We have common community actions, and we do yoga every Monday. We do like Thanksgiving dinners and everything. It's a really beautiful, it became a family of international family. The other thing is, I was thinking that I like this building a lot, and I would even go the extra mile and say, yeah, put another floor on top and put another sub-level underneath for the parking. So the parking is important to be resolved. That really needs to be adequate. But why not to the 7th floor? And how small the apartments are, it's up to the people who want to move in. I happily would sign up. If I wouldn't be placed by now, I would be very happily even signing up for a 150 square meter place. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Gregor. The one and only Felice Kaplan to be followed by Lori Krogan. Come on up, Felice.
Okay. For the ones I know, John Heilman, John Erickson, Lauren Meissner, just I wanted to mention a few mentions. Okay, here we go. How much time do I have? I can do it. Okay, basically, I'm here to appeal this. When people say, oh, I don't want 300 square feet, maybe because they're living in a 5,000 square foot house, who the hell are they to judge? 300 square feet might be a mansion to someone struggling or someone who's homeless. Would you prefer for them to piss or shit on the floor when they can have a bathroom even if it's this size? Do you want them to scare your children while they're going to school? Do you want them to confront you, asking you for money and saying if you don't give it to them, they may hurt you? Who's anybody to say 300 feet? That's enough to have a toilet and a shower and a couch, I'm sure. Maybe to them, that's a dream come true. You know, I'm sure I've been here long before even John Heilman. I was born when John F. Kennedy, may he rest in peace, was president. I was here before West Hollywood was West Hollywood. Okay, I'll make this quick in 25 seconds. My point being, who's anyone to judge? Would you not give food to a hungry child? Would you not give medicine to someone with cancer? Why won't you give them a stepping stone to maybe better their life? That's not the end, the 300 square feet. That's just a beginning. Maybe a year from now, you gave them hope. You gave them a chance. Let somebody do that, and maybe they'll be living in a bigger place than these people. And the ones who are appealing don't have much appeal themselves.
Thank you so much, Felice. Lori Krogan, to be followed by Ted Green. Lori Krogan, are you still here? All right, Ted, you're up. And Ted Green to be followed by Kathy Blavis.
Okay, I really didn't want to follow Felice. I'm Ted Green. I've lived at 8550 Holloway Drive since 2005. I am really outraged by the speakers here tonight who've said, we need affordable housing. I love affordable housing. Let's build affordable housing, but not in my backyard. That is exactly the attitude that has created the housing crisis and the homelessness crisis that we face in West Hollywood, in Los Angeles County, in Southern California. For them to say, you know, why don't they just magically build it somewhere else and magically make it a little shorter and bigger units and more parking, and then make it all pencil out, is preposterous. And those people have to accept their personal responsibility for homelessness in our region. The next time they see a homeless person, they can't say, oh, that's a shame. Or they can't say, I wish the government would do something about that. They have to say, I caused that. I took my time, my volunteer energy to oppose a 100% affordable project and to try to stop it from being built in West Hollywood. That is a shame, and I hope you'll overturn the appeal. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Ted Green. Kathy Blavis will be our last speaker while our staff makes sure that we don't have anyone else that's randomly on Zoom or in the chambers.
Good evening, Kathy Blavis. I just want to say with regard to the last speaker, I disagree with the portrait that he painted. I didn't hear anybody here tonight say they didn't want it in their neighborhood. Perhaps that is a feeling that people who are adamantly in favor of this, maybe that's what they hear. That's not what I heard this evening, and that's not what I'm here to say this evening. What I'm here to say probably has no bearing on the appeal. My feeling is this developer, whether it's a nonprofit or a full profit, any developer in this city should work harder within the community to try and maintain community, to try to maintain neighborhood. Absolutely, we need affordable housing. I heard everyone say that tonight. I heard people asking for modifications, not for silencing, not for not housing. So I just think in the future, because this is the future, because people want affordable housing to the max, we have to just take the neighborhood that it's being built in into consideration. Not any other of the WHCHC buildings are in a neighborhood, they're on the boulevards, and that works beautifully. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Kathy. I just want to make one final call for any speakers that would like to give public testimony. Is there anyone else, Madam City Clerk?
We have no one in Zoom and no one else in chambers.
All right, we'll leave the public hearing open, though, for this time being.
I do have citizen petition
Oh,
slips.
yep,
to
I
read
was
into
just
the
going to get
record.
to that, but you know, geez, steal my thunder. Go
Oh,
ahead.
sorry. Do you want your thunder back?
No, actually, I don't. It's
Okay.
late.
The following individuals oppose the recommended item, which means they oppose staff's recommendation in the staff report. I want to clarify that because it confuses people. So essentially, they support the appeal. Robert Steloff, Susanna Miller, Christian Kaplan, Paul Wilhelm, Benika Radkin, Dominic B., I don't know what the last name is, and Garcia Miras. And the following individuals oppose the appeal: Joel Safranek, Thomas Lepak, Alan Adele, Danielle Porter, and Catherine Kate Devon. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you so much. And now I'm going to invite back up the appellant. And because out of fairness, we did, even though you're in your own capacity, have 2 board members from WHCHC speak. You normally would get 2 minutes of rebuttal. I'm going to give you 4 just to make sure that you have the appropriate amount of time. So I'm going to welcome you back up, and you'll have 4 minutes on the countdown.
Thank you. You've heard all of our issues that we brought forward tonight. And notwithstanding Mr. Slansky and his attorney's attempt to disparage the appellants, as well as the entire neighborhood with these silly accusations that we don't want this building, we don't want this particular structure of this building. We want a building. We want an affordable housing building on that parcel. We just don't want a 7-story, 89-unit building on that parcel that doesn't work. We want the decision of the modification on the setbacks to be reversed. It was a last-minute audible that was thrown in. The developer has wonderful, expensive architects that should have known or should have planned for that well in advance. It was a part of the plans, a part of the community meetings, a part of everything from day one of this iteration of the project. And to throw it in at the last minute, even the staff says it's a mere amount. It's not a mere amount to the neighbors. It's a big amount to the neighbors because they have to look at a very, very large building, 1 foot less than what they had to on November 16th. Secondly, if the height were reduced, it would change our view of this project in a meaningful way. This is an extraordinary project for City Council to be talking about tonight. It's of enormous magnitude. And simply relying on the staff's summation or interpretation of the documents, 1,150 pages that we got 5 days ago, because as part of our appeal, we said that the documents, we were stonewalled from getting the documents. Our lawyer at the time was repeatedly calling the city to find those documents and stonewalled, and at the last second, 1,100 pages show up. This decision is huge for you to make, and it shouldn't be just on whatever the staff says. It should be each one of your own analysis, each one of your thought, to make sure that the entire process goes through without, that it's compliant, and that it follows the rules, and it has an EIR, and it protects the neighborhood, and it does everything that it's supposed to do, because at the end of the day, you're the people that are making that decision, not the staff.
Thank you.
I'll take my 2 minutes now. You know, WHCHC is going against their own mission statement, which is fitting seamlessly into the neighborhood. I think obviously you've heard here tonight that that is not the case. This project is just not eligible for CEQA exemption. Under CEQA's guidelines, which I already gave you, Appendix G, no 14, shows that we cannot move forward without a traffic study, without a light and shadow study, and definitely the EIR, which encompasses that. It's reckless and dangerous. What is the reticence on conducting this study? Could it be that maybe we'll find something that's negative, as a negative outcome? Why not do the right thing? We don't have the financing for that building yet. Why don't we take the time to do it right? Because it really could cost lives. And we need construction and noise mitigation. That hasn't even been talked about yet. So I really would like to end it with just saying that you guys have to listen to your own mission statements. And that is really to make the cohesiveness of this neighborhood and to bring in affordable housing. And if you can make both, I think that's really a tough job that you guys have on your hands, but we can do it. I honestly believe you can, and I think everybody cares for what we just talked about. So thank you so much for your time. I appreciate that. Joe.
I know I was just the eye candy. So the whole point of this is
it's the wrong size building. It's a square peg in a round hole. Not one person has said we don't want affordable housing. Not one person said don't build it. And I reiterated 1,000,000 times. Build it, scale it down, make it smaller, have some input from the community, and make it a win-win for everybody. You guys have that power.
Thank you so much. Does the applicant or the representative wish to make any further comments? You'll have 2 minutes. I see Ryan Lederman coming on down.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, Council members, Ryan Lederman. You must deny the appeal. The appellants have not provided any evidence of inaccurate or unsupported findings. That is their legal obligation. This project complies with state law, complies with state density bonus law, as well as the Housing Accountability Act. You have no discretion to deny various elements of the project: the height, the density, the amenities, the parking. The state has stepped in with respect to these issues and has removed the discretion over here because the findings can't be made to disapprove the project on these elements. With respect to the Housing Accountability Act under 65589.5D as well as J, that precludes the discretion. The city cannot make the findings to deny the project or lower the density. With respect to CEQA, there are no unusual circumstances. There's no substantial evidence of a significant impact. I believe AB 1633 was raised earlier, and it would be a violation of the Housing Accountability Act to require CEQA when it's not required. Here, there were technical studies that were done. There was an exhaustive fault study that we had to move the building away from the fault, unlike the adjacent building, which is built on the fault before I presume people knew that there was a fault. So the building had hardships because of the existing conditions. But they've raised no evidence, provided no evidence that the analysis is inadequate. With respect to aesthetics, that's CEQA exempt. With respect to traffic, SB 743 exempts that. These are issues that are precluded under the law. Last, there's such a dire need for affordable housing. I looked at the RENA numbers this morning. The city has accomplished 0.3% of its very low income, 0.6% of its moderate income, and 0.4% of its low income. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Lederman. I am going to now close the public testimony comment of the evening of the public hearing, and we're going to move to council deliberations. May I start with you, Councilmember Heilman?
Sure, why not? First of all, I want to start by thanking everyone for their comments and thanking everyone for the respectful nature of the comments, both respectful towards us and to the staff, and more importantly, respectful towards one another. Because at the end of the day, whatever we do tonight, we're all going to have to live in this community together. And I know that there have been hearings on this topic in the past that have been a little bit less polite. So I really appreciate that everyone tonight has been respectful to each other. Secondly, I wanted to talk a little bit about the legal parameters under which we operate. A number of people have expressed a view about us having a lot of discretion, and we actually don't have a lot of discretion. I want to look at the appeal itself and go through the particular points raised by the appellant. And then I want to talk a little bit about certain aspects of the project and other issues that were raised tonight. The appeal has a number of different points. The first appeal point really has to do with the Public Records Act request. That is not a basis for us denying the appeal. As staff documented, the Public Records Act requires that the city respond within a certain period of time, and I believe that the city did respond within a timely manner, so there was no Public Records Act violation. The Public Records Act doesn't actually require production of documents within a 10-day period. It requires a response within that period of time. Moreover, even if there were a violation of the Public Records Act, that violation, the remedy for that violation is not denial of a land use project. The second point that was made in the appeal is that this is not categorically exempt from CEQA. There's a reason why the state legislature made certain projects categorically exempt from CEQA, and they did so to facilitate the construction of affordable housing and the construction of housing just generally. There are two CEQA exemptions that are applicable here. The first exemption is for infill housing. In fact, one of the speakers, I believe one of the appellants actually referred to this as an infill site. That is one of the exemptions under CEQA. The second exemption under CEQA that's applicable here is the exemption for an 100% affordable project. Now, the appellants have made a big issue about, well, the members of the church are going to live there, but all of the units are going to be deed restricted as affordable units, and that's what qualifies this building for that particular exemption. The only unit that will not be deed restricted is the manager's building, and that's permitted. The sixth point I believe that the appellants made was, again, a reference to us not conducting, or the staff not conducting, an environmental impact analysis, and I already addressed that issue. The only area where we do have actual discretion is with respect to the modifications. The two modifications that have been requested are fairly standard for any kind of affordable housing project, in fact, for market rate projects as well. And the modifications that have been requested, in my mind, are not going to have an adverse impact on the adjacent property owners. I would prefer that we move the building further south so it was closer to the church and further away from the building to the north. There are actually a number of changes I would make if I did have discretion, but I don't see us under state law having that discretion. The appellant also raises an issue with respect to violation of the loan agreement. Again, that is not a basis for denial of a land use project. I don't believe there was a violation of the loan agreement. In fact, the applicant worked a great deal with the architectural design, urban design and architectural studio at the city of West Hollywood. Rick Abrams noted a number of meetings and a number of changes that were made in response to their input. In addition, requiring somebody to collaborate or work with doesn't mean that you necessarily have to accept every recommendation. My recollection is that the architect, or that the applicant actually changed architects in response to some of the input from the community as well as from the urban design studio. The issue with respect to solar rights, to me, is merely speculative. There's no evidence here that there is any solar panels that are being interfered with, so that, to me, is not a basis for granting an appeal. A couple of questions or comments that were raised during the discussion. One of the comments had to do with the size of the building, or the size of the units. Again, I think the size of the unit, a 300 or 400 square foot unit, is fairly standard for a lot of low income housing, particularly low-income senior housing. I don't know if people know this. My mother lived in affordable housing. She was sexually assaulted, had to move out of our family home, and she eventually was able to move into an affordable senior unit. And the unit was quite small, but it was adequate for her needs at her age, and it provided her a great deal of shelter in her older age. The issue about why is the city funding? Affordable housing is not being built by market rate developers. It's only being built because there is public funding. And public funding is actually coming from numerous sources: the county, the city, the state, the federal government, and unfortunately, organizations like WHCHC have to combine all of those different sources of funding to make a project work and to have the ability to build a project given the cost of land and given the cost of construction. There was a comment that was raised about prioritizing people in the community, and I'm fully supportive of that. Obviously, we have to comply with fair housing laws, but I think the priority should be for people who live or work in West Hollywood. Those are the people that this is supposed to be targeting. So I would certainly request that that be a condition of any city funding for this project. There was a comment raised about church parking and whether that actually creates a hardship or whether the earthquake fault zone creates a hardship. The fact that they bought the building or bought the property knowing that there was an earthquake fault nearby doesn't preclude them from requesting a modification, nor would it preclude anyone else from asking for a variance if that were appropriate. The church parking, I think that's a condition of them purchasing this land, and I think rather than raise issues about it, I think that's actually a very noble thing that the church has reached this partnership with the Housing Corporation, whereby they're going to continue to receive a benefit that they need for their church services while also turning over this land for the development of affordable housing. I do want to say that I did not hear the speakers opposed to this project be opposed to affordable housing. I heard them say they were supportive of affordable housing, and I take them at their word. I heard them say they wanted a project that was of smaller size, that they believed would be more appropriate for the location and in their neighborhood. And I would actually, if I had the authority under state law to lower the project somewhat, I would. But I don't believe I have that authority under state law. And I think the impact of lowering this, bringing it down from 7 stories to 6, it really wouldn't please the neighborhood. The neighbors would still be upset about it. And I think we would actually have a building that's less desirable than the one that has been presented. Again, thank you everyone for speaking tonight. I know that some people are not happy with my conclusion based on their appeal, but I have to follow the law that we are guided by based on state law right now. So thank you, everyone.
Thank you so much, Councilmember Heilman. Councilmember Meister, would you like to go next, or I can call on one of my other colleagues? Okay.
Thank you, Mayor. So I believe that there should have been additional focused environmental study, and so I do disagree with my colleague there. I believe that there should have been a hydrology study, a shade and shadow study, and a traffic study. That doesn't mean denying the project. What it means is being cautious about potential subsidence issues due to removing soil and dewatering that could impact a known earthquake fault. Staff didn't even know that there might be dewatering. It means respecting that there would be a shade, that there could be shade and shadow issues, and that we should ensure that our existing residents have an opportunity to do their part in reducing climate change impacts by having power for EV charging or other uses, as is promoted by the city's own climate action plan. It means looking at potential traffic issues in order to mitigate them in advance and not waiting for the first Sunday church service or, God forbid, a need for a fire truck to maneuver their ladder in a 33-foot wide road. Regarding the applicant's request for modifications, that's actually somewhere that we do have discretion, and I think that any modifications would just be exasperating the impacts on the neighbors to the north and the east, as well as the historic property to the south. Let's face it, the fault is not new news, and a project could have been designed to accommodate that without having to ask for modifications. I do wish that the applicant would have considered, 3 or 4 less units to accommodate the structures on the roof, to have those structures within the building so that the roof was used solely for community, open space, and green roof, especially since there was, one of the concessions was a 26%, that's 1/4 reduction of open space, both private and common. By doing so, it would have reduced the height of the building with really not so much sacrifice. I also wish the applicant would have considered moving the dog run. That's really a small token of goodwill to your neighbors to move that. I am skeptical that the CEQA exemption, I do believe that that exemption does not apply to the non-residential use of the subterranean garage, but that's my opinion. And regarding the loan agreement, in the future, I will ask that council has much more input if we are offering a $10 million loan, which is 1/3 of our surplus, Mayor, the surplus that you talk about all the time. And so for those reasons, I really believe that we should be supporting the appeal in part. That doesn't mean denying the project. It means supporting the appeal in part. And to Ted Green, Ted, I love you, but these West Hollywood residents didn't cause the homeless crisis. They're not causing the homeless crisis. It's the city of Los Angeles and the county of LA not having inclusionary housing for the last 35 years, whereas West Hollywood has. And thank you for being here, and those are my comments.
9 million more than last year, just, for the record, in the surplus. Thank you very much, Councilmember Meister. Councilmember Shine, would you like to go?
Sure, thank you. I want to thank everyone who came out and spoke. I know this has been a long time coming. This project has been, I think, one of the first meetings I had when I got on council 3 years ago. So I have heard a lot of people that are in support of the project, and a lot of people that are not in support of the project as it is. And I agree with my colleague, Councilmember Heilman. Under the law as it is now, we do not have the discretion to approve this appeal. In fact, the reality, I believe, and the city attorney can confirm, is the developers didn't have to do any parking whatsoever and there is parking provided. Under the law, they wouldn't have had to put any parking at all. So I'm happy that there is some parking being provided, because I agree there is, a lot of residents have spoken about being concerned about the neighborhood and cars and parking. So I think, as elected officials, sitting up here, we have a duty to listen to the public, a duty to our residents, a duty to the environment, a duty to the region, a duty to stand by what we promised to the people. I personally promised when I ran for office that I support affordable housing, because so many of our residents were on wait lists and could not afford to live in our city as they were aging, as they would lose their homes to Costa-Hawkins and such. And our wait list is large, and we also have RENA requirements that are much larger than ever before. And because we have very little discretion, unfortunately, we don't have much leeway at all here. But I do also agree with Councilmember Heilman that I would like a preference for our residents who live or work in the city, and I think that is something we heard from the WHCC that this is something legally they can do, and I absolutely support doing that, setting that as a preference for this.
Thank you so much,
Yeah.
Councilmember Shine. Vice Mayor Byers.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, everyone, for your comments tonight. Thank you to those who were especially vulnerable in sharing your stories. There's a lot of really incredible personal testimony tonight, and really appreciate that. I appreciate how long of a process this has been for many folks, too. And so just really grateful that your continued advocacy on either side of this project has brought us here tonight. We continue to sort of learn and see where the community's at in terms of affordable housing, and I think there's a really amazing thing happening in this room where everyone is saying that we're, yes, in support of affordable housing, and it's really about the nature of what shows up in our own neighborhoods. Tonight it was really important for me to focus on where, in the midst of these many questions, we actually truly have discretion. It's been pointed out a number of times, we are very limited, but there did seem to be a realm of discretion that we could play in this setback modification. As much as those setbacks have been part of standard operating procedure to provide flexibility for development at large, I really read those as having minimal impact to the surrounding community, but maybe a greater sense of implications to the project, its timeline, the potential for funding, acquisition, total of number of units, et cetera. And that is what could in fact jeopardize this. So it's not a set of modifications I'm willing to look at or consider reversing in any way. And I think that's really it for us. The number of CEQA exemptions that were brought up as potential have been, looked at as not an option. This project is exempt. I don't know what else is here for us to look at, and I really appreciate Councilmember Heilman, you being very detailed and helping us go through this as a community, because this appeal was extensive, and at the end of the day, there is a very narrow piece of it that we can deal with as this council, and I think that's that. So that's what I have to deliberate on tonight. Thanks.
Sounds good. Thank you so much. So far I hear there are 3 people here to deny the appeal, but I understand my colleague on my right said she thought potentially upholding half of the appeal, not supporting and part of the appeal. We can talk more about that after. I won't belittle the point as well. I believe that we've all spoken. And I do want to thank everyone that came out tonight on every side of this issue. This is a very complicated issue, and I want to thank everyone for showing respect and I think care for our neighborhood and our city and everything that we really want to hold dear. I, too, like Councilmember Heilman, didn't hear anyone on any other side throwing pitchforks or whatever else we would throw. I think that everyone comes here with good intentions. That's what I like to believe. And I believe it takes a lot of work to also file an appeal on behalf of your neighbors and to really try to, you know, consolidate support and figure out what you need to and get your legal analysis and everything like that. So that takes a lot of time, and I think that's a really, you know, commendable aspect when we look at the ways in which the issues we have before us. And then I have to look at these issues as well when we're looking at every point supported in the appeal, and that is what we have only to look at right now in this matter. And that is those items that brought before us tonight. And specifically, when I look at any type of modification, I don't believe we have that type of discretion. I've been looking at the state laws that were passed based on my questions with city staff and the city attorney. Would I have liked the building to be a little bit smaller to fit in with the neighborhood? Yes, but that's not the issue before me right now. I, too, understand the issues with the loan agreement, but I do understand the machinations of how affordable housing projects and developers have to go forth and get a lot of different types of funding from the state all the way down. In terms of the CEQA exemption, this is the thing I've spent most of my time on and looking at it, and I do see that it is exempt from CEQA, and that was my reading of the law, and that was my reading of, I think, what we've been put before us by staff, but also in my own reading of everything else. This is an issue that we want to make sure that our community gets right. These are the issues that are the hardest because it does happen in your backyard. It is in your backyard, but that doesn't mean at the end of the day that we up here aren't ready or need to make a decision. And so that is why I myself agree that I would deny the appeal and move forward with this in support of also live-work modification condition for people who would live in the building. So, seeing that, I believe someone might be ready to make a motion. Sounds good.
Before I do, just a little funny story. I was on the council when the appellant Martha's building was built, and I'm glad we denied the appeal that time, and you're one of our residents. So I'm going to make the motion that we deny the appeal, that we approve the various items before us, the resolution before us, and also give direction that we direct that West Hollywood residents and people who live and work in West Hollywood get priority for the housing.
Sounds good. Live or work, right?
Live or work.
Yeah.
Yes, yes, that's.
Sounds good. Thank you. So it's a motion by Councilmember Heilman. Is there a second? Motion, second by Councilmember Shine.
Real quickly, I think Jennifer has some language she can read into the record for that condition.
I was going to go back to Jennifer, but Jennifer, please go ahead and read the record in.
So this would add condition 3.5 that reads, the operators shall give priority to individuals who live or work in the city of West Hollywood as feasible and in accordance with fair housing laws.
Thank you so much. Seeing no other comments, we'll go ahead to a vote. Thank you so much. The motion passes 4-1. Moving on. Appreciate the applause or non-applause, but if you could do that outside, we still have business to get forward to. Thank you so much. We're going to move right along to item 6A. And I believe that's Steve Campbell and Helen Collins. Would you like us, do you need a staff report? No, okay. Great. Thank you so much as you leave the council chambers. If you could keep the talking down to a minimum, we would appreciate it. Thank you so much. Goodbye, Felice Kaplan. All right, Steve and Helen, I do not believe we need a staff report. So we're gonna go in about 5 seconds when everyone leaves, and we're gonna start. And we no longer have a public commenter. That individual has left. Yep. Sounds good. I think it's quiet enough. We're going to go right. We have no public comment, so we're going to move right into comments. Is that okay? Questions? Sorry. Yes. Questions and comments.
So I just wanted, we did get an email from Victor Omolchenko, and I just wanted, number one, for you to address the, the fact that this property is more expensive than the property on Crescent Heights, if you can give us some insights onto that. And then I wanted to put out there that, especially because I don't imagine much is going to be done to the property except for the utility work, that we consider that property at least short-term for a little parklet or a community garden, something green. So that's why I didn't want the item to go to consent.
No worries.
Great. Thank you, Mayor, members of the City Council. To address Councilmember Meister's question through Victor Omolchenko, the property was appraised at its highest and best use. It is an R4BC property, which is I'm going to mess this up, and I think Jennifer's here in case I do, but it's a high-density multifamily designation that permits commercial uses. It's a block south, well, one property south of Beverly, just north of the city border. So it's a highly desirable property. Comparables are taken into account through our appraisal process, which is done by a third-party appraiser. But that is a small part of how they come up with the valuation. They use a very standard practice in coming up with those numbers that's recognized nationally.
Well, just for the record, I was against that zoning change, and now aren't we sorry? Because it probably would have been worth less. And again, just to also just emphasize the need for green space, and if there's an opportunity for that, I don't know how my colleagues feel about that, but I think at least for the short term, since it's not going to be housing immediately, that maybe we can utilize that property in its highest and best use for the moment.
We'd be happy to come back with some type of a temporary project. Right now our focus is to move forward with the undergrounding project and continue with the streetscape project, which the next phase, a few years, would be Beverly.
That's fine. Councilmember Heilman.
Yeah, certainly if we can make it green for a period of time, or even have, I don't know what the soil is like there, even have maybe raised garden beds or something there for short term, that would be great. Long term, though, it seems like it's a residential / commercial use lot, and it would be best if we facilitated some kind of housing construction on that, given the discussion tonight. But I know that's long term and not really before us tonight.
And if I can just add that one of the reasons that the zoning change happened was because of our interest in work-live space, where it's actually the person living upstairs, like where I came from in Brooklyn, and people working on the lower floor. So that's something to consider long-term as well.
Agreed. My colleagues have any other comments or direction? Nope. Do we need a motion on this? Sounds good. We got a motion by Vice Mayor Byer, second by Councilmember Heilman. And that passes 5-0. Thank you so much, Helen and Steve. All right, moving right along. We are now going to go into our last public comment.
It was Annie, so I'll clear her.
Sounds good. No more public comment. Councilmember comments and meeting attendance reports. I'm going to start with Vice Mayor Byers tonight. I'm going to round it up. I'm going to shake it up.
Haven't been first in months. Okay. I just have a quick attendance report for me. Thank you. I attended the Westside Cities Council of Governments meeting, the County Sanitation District meeting, the office opening of Supervisor Lindsay Horvath, and just want to note for the community how exciting it is that we now have both our supervisor and our assembly member with district offices on Sunset Boulevard, just a few bus stops away from the city of West Hollywood. That's all for me. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Vice Mayor Byers. Councilmember Shine.
I want to say Happy Black History Month to the community and our staff. And also, I went to Winter Sounds, I think it was a couple weekends ago, at the Red Rose at the Pendry. Wow, how fun. And I believe there's another one coming this Saturday. I highly recommend, and thank you, Councilmember Byers, for letting me know about it. And that's all I have to report.
Thank you so much. Councilmember Meister.
Thank you, Mayor. So since our last meeting, I provided a welcome to the WeHo Reads Black History Month program with the mayor, attended the Joint Assembly Select Committee on Retail Theft, and attended the Westside Urban Forum Annual Mayors Panel, where our mayor participated with other mayors from the area. And a couple of things. I did want to ask my colleagues if we could adjourn in memory of Alexei Navalny. And thank you, wherever you are, George Nickel, for bringing that up. And then lastly, I wanted to thank Kimberly Copeland for her service to the city. First as a business license commissioner, then as a rent stabilization commissioner, and most recently as a planning commissioner. Kim will be taking a break, but I wanted to acknowledge her publicly and let her know how much we appreciate her dedication to the city and to the West Hollywood community.
Thank you so much, Councilmember Meister. And we all love Kimberly Copeland. Councilmember Heilman.
Nothing to report. I've talked enough tonight.
Sounds good. Well, I won't take that same advice that my fellow compatriot in name only was your name had, but in terms of meetings, I've attended the Contract Cities Executive Board meeting. I made remarks at the WeHo Reads Black History Month event. I welcomed people to the hearing hosted here right in West Hollywood on the Joint Assembly Select Committee on Retail Theft. At my Saturday in Plummer Park event, I swore in Nick Wyville to the Human Services Commission, attended the opening as well as to Supervisor Horvath's Metro West Hollywood office, the Contract Cities Legislative Committee, the Westside Urban Mayors Forum, and where it was great. And I was so glad to have my colleagues there supporting me and our city manager looking at me when I say stuff like budget and money in the back. I attended a ribbon cutting at Tierra del Sol Gallery on the east side, right by Fatburger and Astroburger. It's amazing. I highly encourage our community members to go out there, and I'm really excited to see all of the work that's already being done proactively by our arts staff and having these new spaces. It's a really great project. And then I attended the Mayor's Alliance to End Childhood Hunger meeting, and tomorrow at 6 a.m. I'm flying up to Sacramento for the Clean Power Alliance's Lobby Day. So I'm very happy we're getting out of here in 2 more minutes. Last, but certainly not least, I wanted to also wish a happy birthday to our colleague Seppi Shine. Happy birthday. And then additionally, a few comments. I want to thank my colleagues for their support in moving a few items to consent regarding 6C, the Matthew Shepard National Stamp Campaign. We've done this in the past, but this is another one that's super important, as well as the Hep C Public Forum. The Hep C Public Forum is it's going to be a very educational event because of the ways in which this actually impacts multi-faceted aspects of our community. So I'm really excited to see how we can combat that in SPA 4, which is where West Hollywood sits. A few directions or comments I would love staff to take down and maybe report back later. We keep getting emails, and I don't disagree, from residents about traffic calming at La Cienega and Holloway and the Santa Monica intersections. It is an interesting intersection that causes a lot of traffic. I know that's right by where some of my neighbors live. I myself, my colleagues live. I myself sometimes get stuck in the middle of the road, even though I don't want to, but it would be great if we could actually have a really holistic look at how we could approach any type of traffic issues there with the two intersections. Nothing seems to work, but I don't believe that is beyond us, so if you could come back with something in the months ahead, I think it would be helpful to a lot of people. Additionally, I'll have my next Plummer Park event on March 9th from 10 a.m. to 12 p.m. And then at my last Plummer Park event, a couple of residents came up and were talking about the tree removal process, and so it might just be a good reminder to promote on our social media or our comms channels, like how that happens, why it happens, and did you know the city has an arborist, and all of that, because I can explain it, but when neighbors see a tree being removed, it's a little bit different, but I know that there is a very good process for that, but anyway, we can better communicate that out. And last but certainly not least, I would also ask my colleagues if we could adjourn in memory of Next Benedict. Next was a student who died following a violent attack that was mentioned during public comment that occurred in their high school, Oklahoma school. Next loved their cat Zeus, the show The Walking Dead, and Minecraft, and they were a 16-year-old non-binary 10th grader. And so if we could enter in their memory, I would appreciate that. Seeing no other comments, we are hereby adjourned. It is 10:18. The next regular meeting is on March 4th, 2024 at 6 p.m. at the West Hollywood Public Meeting Room right here.